Alright, alright, alright! I was wondering when people would get here. Hello! Hello, hello, hello! How are you? How are you doing? Oh god, why is my email opening? Don't do that. I need to golden helix some more. Okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna scroll up. Hello! So ready for the weekend already? Me too, my guy. I have my surgery tomorrow. And everyone at the office is like, so you're taking the rest of the week off, right? And I was like, well, I don't have enough sick leave time to do that. And they're like, you're taking the rest of the week off, right? I was like, no, I'm planning to come in Friday. And one of my coworkers, God bless her, she is the sassiest, like, black lady I have ever met. She calls me child all the time. I love it. I love it when she does. But she was like, child, if you come in here on Friday, I will carry you back to your car and make you go home. I love her. I love her so much. She's so good to me. But I am very excited. Very excited. Very, very excited for what we're gonna do tonight. No more tube? No more tube! I know! I finally get rid of this damn thing. Like, they did tell me, oh, if this doesn't solve the problem, we might have to put the tube back in. And I'm like, oh, that's fine, as long as it's not fused to my eardrum. As long as it's out of my fucking head. I cannot wait. Like, when I tell you I cannot wait, I cannot wait. Are you pulling on any banners that just released? I am pulling on Hotori. I actually did some pulls last night. I didn't get anything. But I'm pulling on Hotori. I'm planning to pull on Lohen and Genshin. I'm still pulling on the Nikki banner for the bug catching outfit. Let's see. Is there anything else I'm pulling on? I haven't touched Enfield in a while, so I'm probably not going to pull on that banner. Let me actually pull up my games. Hold on. Let me pull up my games folder. What games do I have? I'm not pulling on Arknights. I'm pulling Lohen on Genshin. You don't pull characters on Duet Night. Star Rail, maybe I'll pull Blade. I haven't really touched Star Rail in like a hot second. So maybe not. Oh, in ZZZ, I want Starlight Billy. I want Starlight Billy really badly, so I'll probably pull on that. Again, I'm pulling on the Infinity Nikki banner because I'm close to getting that 5-star. Snowbreak, I've already done my pulls. I've already gotten both limited characters for this patch, so I'm not pulling any more on that. Woowa, I'm pulling for Dinia. I am skipping Hyuki and I'm pulling for Dinia. Fair, there's a lot of options. There are so many options right now. I'm playing too many gacha games. Please help me. Please help me. At least it's pared down a little bit. Because I was playing several more. I was playing, like, AFK and Arena Journey. I was playing Zero Weight Gates. I was playing... I need to play Morimans, and I need to play... what's it called? I can't look. But it's an artifact game. Like a strategy artifact game. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head. Same, I had to cut down to only 4 gachas. At least, I'm pretty much a free-to-play player. I don't like FOMO. So I'm not putting any money into anything. The last thing I put money into was Nikki, and that was a while ago. So, that's saving my wallet at least a little bit. I do have some form of discipline. It's not a lot of discipline, but I have some form of discipline. Moriman. Morimans is on Steam! Okay, so I can play it through Steam. Perfect. And, what was that? Artifact gacha game. Neo Artifacts. It was Neo Artifacts was the other one I want to start playing. Oh, awesome. You can download it for PC. I did not know that. Download. So I will be installing that and playing that. Oh, where's Steam? Oh, I closed Steam. No, wait, no I didn't. No, I didn't. I'm smart. I'm gonna add Morimans to the library. Oh, it's already in my library. I'm a genius. Thank you, Past Minnie. But I will definitely be playing that one. Morimans install. They're having a Saya no Uta collab, which is like one of my favorite visual novels of all time. Minnie downloading a game beforehand? Shut up! We're not playing games tonight. Well, we might join Neverness to Everness. But we're not playing games tonight. I'm not here to fuck around tonight. No games. No games, only serious Minnie. Only super, super, duper serious Minnie tonight. Because I'ma teach y'all some things. I'ma teach y'all some things tonight. I know I'm a little bit early to when I normally stream, so I'm waiting to actually get into it for more people to get here. I thought my phone was ringing for a second. Maybe I should also... Library... Zero Wake... Install... Install, accept the EULA... But yeah, I'll download those 2 games. Wait, no, I can't. Oh, I wish I could get New Carney. I spent so much money on New Carnival when it first came out. Like, I spent probably thousands of dollars on New Carnival. And I'm sad because I can't get it on the PC. I would probably much better play it on the PC. But, alas, I shall save y'all the yaoi. I can only play it on my phone, which means I can't stream it. Because I have to use my phone for streaming. And until Iriam lets me share my screen, I can't do it. Wait, I could get my tablet. Oh, do you think my tablet could run, New Carney? Maybe my tablet can run it. I have Bloons 6 on my tablet, too. Surely as good as a phone could. I don't know, it's a kind of old tablet. But I'm super excited. Oh, I also used to play Lads. I used to play Love in Deep Space. Oh, they're doing a rerun on a Xander 5-star I really wanted, but I stopped playing before the banner happened. But I'm just like, maybe they'll get me back. Maybe they'll get me back with this one. I think I still have it on my phone too. I just need to update it. I play too many gacha games. I play way too many gacha games. But yes, I play too many games. But that reminds me, I need to do some administrative stuff while we wait for people. So, pardon the typing. Where is the group chat? Where are the memes? What do you mean my battery is low? God, my phone, not my phone charger, my controller battery is low. And then the other one was, Storyteller, hello! Is this the song I'm thinking it is? Let me listen to it real quick. Yeah, this is the one I'm thinking of. Eat sushi that's made of her fish family. It's okay, you can eat my family. I don't mind. You're sick? I am! I am very sick in the head. I take a lot of medication for it. Alright. I've done marking off. Also, snakeheads taste not good. I've heard I taste very good, thank you. I did that. I did that. I'm in the process of doing this. Okay, we marked off a lot of stuff from my checklist. Proud of me. Oh, really? Well, can I get a taste of you, JK? I mean, if you ask me really nicely, I might let you. But Nagi has first dibs. So if I let anyone, it has to be Nagi. Nagi definitely has first dibs. On, like, every part of me, too. Like, my hair, my tail. But, what? Nagi? Really? Why the adopted pup that I took in? Because Nagi is one of the best kohai, and Nagi won't stop talking about wanting to eat my hair. But yes, really, Nagi. I mean, Zadie doesn't want to eat me, and neither does Usagi, so... But I love my little puppy. I love my little puppy a lot. Don't ever tell Nagi I said this. Don't ever. Well, I am recording a VOD, but there will be no proof. There will be no fucking proof. Do not put down Nagi. She just started. She just started her streaming career. Is it because Nagi has my wallet? No, it's not because Nagi has my wallet. I mean, my wallet is fucking empty anyway, so... There's nothing she could get out of my wallet. Where did I put my pen? There it is. But no, I voluntarily gave Nagi my wallet because it was empty anyway. I say that, but then I bought like a $50 DVD and a $20 tablet. My priorities are very much in order. But no, like, legit, I really do appreciate Nagi and Zadie and Usagi, like, so much. And Audio, like, we can't leave out Audio. He's also one of the goodest beans. Last time I had my wallet, Nagi stole it and went on a $500 food spending spree. That sounds like her. That does sound like Nagi. Do I have another PCIe expansion slot? Oh, I need to ask Veli. Trickster, hello! Welcome in, welcome in! Thank you so much for joining us. And the star, thank you. I told her if she keeps stealing my stuff, she can kiss outside privileges goodbye. Goodbye to her treats. I mean, I don't know how well that thread is gonna work, but more power to you, my friends. More power to you. No snacks is a strong threat. It is a very strong threat. Especially on Nagi. Oh, did you guys see we're almost to 200 followers on YouTube? We're at 186. I'm so excited. But the puppy eyes are too powerful. Nagi got that on lock. Nagi got that on hecking lock. I also have corn. I have corn to eat. I stopped by my favorite Mexican place on the way home and got some street corn. Like, very spur of the moment. I didn't even know I wanted it till I was passing the shop. And I was like, you know what? Damn, that sounds good. So I hit her back with the death glare. I bet you have a very impressive death glare. Shit, I dropped some down my shirt. Now I have tahini all over me. And she slaps me for no damn reason because she's mean and not very nice. Maybe you should invest in dog training. But because my surgery isn't till 11 tomorrow, I get to stay up a little later. I don't gotta be up till 9. Should have left her at the pound. Don't know. Put her in doggy jail. But yes, we're about to get started. We're about to get started here in a little bit. I'm just eating. And she breaks out all the time. Well, she is a master detective. She got those street smarts. How did this stream talking about legal cases turn into a stream of glazing gnocchi? Oh, that was such a good idea. The corn was such a good idea. Also, I got a giant-ass new Starbucks cup. It looks like a Stanley, but it's the Starbucks version of a Stanley. And it's like pearlescent, textured white. And originally, it was a $50 cup. This was like a $50 cup. And I got it for $15 because it was on sale. I swear, it must have fallen, like, under one of the racks or something, and they found it, and they're like, shit, what do we do with this? And I happened to be there, and I was like, I'll buy it. What if we dig a big-ass hole that's 10 feet deep? She won't get out. I don't think you're thinking that through. I'm gonna need a lot of water tonight because I'm a thirsty bitch. Oh, yes, I promised the Discord I would also show you all my Dojin collection, so I do need to do that at some point. I'll take pictures. Well, I can't actually get to my Dojin collection right now, because it's kind of, like, blocked off by a bunch of junk, because I keep it in the hentai shelf. But eventually when I get this room cleaned up, I'll show you all my Dojin collection. And I'll post pictures and shit. She can't jump that high. I think she would just dig out to China or something. The hint watch shelf? I have a hentai shelf. It's where I keep all my hentai and my yaoi. I got my figures in there. I got my dojins in there. Why? Because it's on display. Wouldn't you also want to display your interest in your own home? Also, I spent a lot of fucking money on it. I'm gonna display it. I feel like a disappointed. Have you watched my streams before? A disappointed dad. Fam, you are in for it. I literally have my favorite eroge visual novel displayed prominently on the shelf behind my computer. I have, but I didn't know you were max level 100, freak. I need to do a kink ranking list. I need to do a hentai trope ranking. I need to do something. Also, I'm not as freaky as some people out there. Though I have been to the yaoi dungeon like 4 times. Ikebukuro loves me. I spend so much money. when I go there. Look, my favorite Miku song is Confession of a Rotten Girl because it just explains me. It's just fucking me. Oh, maybe I'll have if people join my Discord, maybe I'll do like a members only stream where we just talk about hentai. Would that get me demonetized? Would that get me banned on Discord if I did that? No. Can we please save the freakiness for another day? Alright, I'll be freaky in a legal way. I'll be a freak about, I'll be a freak about the law. And about the legal system today. That's my plan. I want to do a dramatic reading. So I guess now is as good a time. We've been yapping for like 30 minutes. It's fine. So, getting into it. Never mind. I hate the law back to porn. Pick a side. Pick a fucking side. But no. I have some legal documents I want to read to y'all today. Audio is here! Hello, Audio. We were just talking about you. He hits me with the O. All good things, I promise. I was glazing you, Nagi, Usagi, and Zadie. You saw nothing, Audio? Oh, then I talked about porn. I was glazing you guys and I talked about porn. Interesting. Yes, it's very interesting. The duality of your streamer. But, okay, so, some documents, well, a singular document, just dropped today. It is, as the kids would call it, a Google Docie. We were mainly glazing Nagi 99% of our time. You like 1% of the time? No! It was like 95 and 5. Give him a little more credit. Give him a little more percentage points. Good. Okay, but listen. So, there is a case out in Utah, Summit County, Utah. And it is the state of Utah versus Kouri Richins. And now this case has been going on for quite some time. You might have heard of it. The lady who wrote a children's book and then got arrested, or the lady who wrote a children's book about the death of her husband and helping her children cope with it. Did someone die or get beaten up again? I'm getting to it. She then gets arrested for the murder of her husband. Writes a children's book about grief and processing the death of a loved one. Gets arrested for the murder. So that's what usually makes headlines about this case. It took them a while to actually arrest her. It took them like a year after the actual murder with the investigation to arrest her. But during the course of that investigation, they found out that she had poisoned him with fentanyl. She had put fentanyl in a drink that she gave him before bed and overdosed him. Like, forcefully overdosed him with fentanyl. While her children were sleeping in the same house. They have 3 kids. 3 boys. While their kids were sleeping in the next room over, she killed their father by giving him a Moscow Mule spiked with fentanyl. Oh shit, yeah, that's a very not good way to go out. I know, right? There has been civil litigation between Kouri Richins and the estate of her deceased husband, because he thought she was trying to kill him. He thought she was trying to kill him. She tried once. She tried, like, 2 weeks before she actually murdered him to kill him on Valentine's Day. And so he's like, I think my wife is trying to kill me. I'm a millionaire. I have a lot of money that she'll get if I die. And who knows what she'll do to my kids, because they have 3 boys. So he went and secretly changed his will to leave everything in a trust to his sons. Wrote Kouri out completely. When she found out, she assaulted his sister, who is the executrix of the trust. Like, punched her in the fucking throat. I'd rather die by being crushed by thighs, sweet, sweet suffocation. Oh, you get me. Though I like boobs better. I like boobs better. I'd rather die being crushed by boobies. That too, yes. Big bazongas. But anyway. So, this case goes, she gets arrested. Turns out that she was millions of dollars in debt. She ran a real estate company where she would buy and flip houses, and was so in the hole, like millions of in the hole. Because, like, she would buy these houses for, like, an exorbitant amount of money with fake bank statements. Her husband ran a very successful rock masonry company, which was how he became a millionaire. So she would take his bank statements and put her letterhead on them to fool these mortgage companies to allow her to buy these properties. She wasn't gambling per se, but in a way she was. She was gambling with these properties. So, Kouri Richins is millions of dollars in debt. But the life insurance combined from her husband and the equity in his business that she thinks she's going to get after he dies would cover most of it. It would be like 1.7 million, I think, was the final count. Don't quote me. I didn't watch the entire trial. Ow! Fuck, my ear. That hurt. That really hurt. It went to blow my nose, and that really hurt my ear. God, I can't wait till tomorrow. Anyway, getting back to it. So, she is millions of debt. Life insurance would take care of most of it. She has the proceeds from this book deal. Anyway, she murders her husband. She's having an affair with a paramour. They call him, in the court filings, they call him the paramour. And I think that's just delightful. I've never seen it called a paramour. I've seen it called, like, an affair partner, you know, things like that. I've never seen it called a paramour, and I'm just like, that is delightful. It's not a delightful situation, but that is delightful. Starts playing Please Mr. Jailer from the movie Crybaby. But so, the way Kouri Richins got a hold of the fentanyl that she used to kill her husband was she had a housekeeper who was connected to someone who could sell pills. And so the first time she tries to poison her husband on Valentine's Day, she puts the fentanyl in a sandwich. And pretends to be going to work. She actually goes on a date with her boyfriend, her affair partner. But, so she puts the fentanyl in a sandwich. He texts her, like, I think I'm so sick. Like, I feel so sick. I think I need to go to the hospital. And she's like, oh, no. You know, it's okay. You'll be fine after a nap. So he takes an EpiPen and Benadryl and goes to sleep and wakes up. Like, I think my wife tried to kill me. But so she failed on Valentine's Day. And none of this is alleged. She has been found guilty in a court of law. So it's all facts. It's all facts at this point. The jury has found that these facts are true. But so she tried to kill her husband. 17 days later, she actually kills her husband. Her story was that she and her husband, Eric Richins, were celebrating closing on a mansion that she was going to flip and make a huge profit on, she thought. So they were celebrating with drinks before bed. I think it was a lemon shot and a Moscow Mule. Or maybe there were 2 lemon shots and a Moscow Mule. I don't specifically remember, but there were lemon shots and a Moscow Mule. But So she says they have their normal bedtime routine. They take these drinks, go to bed. In the middle of the night, she wakes up to go and check on her son, who sleeps downstairs, and she says she falls asleep in his bed, in the son's bed. It's their middle child. And she says when she wakes up at 3 a.m. and goes back upstairs to sleep in her bed, that she finds her husband dead. He's cold to the touch. Oh, Dark Yuki, hello, welcome. We're talking about legal stuff tonight. From what I remember from government, which I'm taking still, but if you're found guilty by court of law with a big felony, you do not see the light of day again. There are ranges. So there are ranges of sentencing. And Utah is very unique in how they do their sentencing ranges. So the judge does not decide how long you spend in jail. They sentence you to a range, like 5 to 25, 25 to life, you know, something like that. And then the board of paroles, I think it's the board of paroles, there's a state board that determines how much time you actually spend in prison. Death penalty, give it to her. They wanted to do the death penalty, but they weren't able to put it on the table. So I don't know the ins and outs of that one. All I know is it was not on the table for this trial. But the charges she had, which was malice murder, murder by poisoning, and murder for financial gain, the two aggravators, the poisoning and the murder for financial gain, are called aggravating factors in Utah. So they are what could make a case eligible for the death penalty, but they didn't seek the death penalty in this case. So she goes back upstairs to her bedroom, and she says she finds her husband cold to the touch, stiff, dead on the bed. Immediately starts CPR, calls 911, freaking out. She's like, my husband. So, police come, paramedics come, Eric Richins is deceased. During this time, Kouri Richins is texting someone a meme of Trump. I'm really rich. She's texting someone going, I'm really rich. After her husband has just fucking died. This bitch. A lot of law tubers that I follow have rules. Like, you can't call people names in the chat. Like, we're here to learn. We are silent observers. And while I do believe in silent observing, do not tap the glass, do not tip the cows, do not shake the enclosure, like, leave people alone. But I am gonna call a bitch a bitch. I'm gonna call a bitch, okay? She's a bitch. She has been found to be a bitch in a court of law. These are facts. So, a year goes by. She gets arrested. There's a fight between her and the estate, which her sister-in-law is running for the boys. The entire time she is in jail, she is slandering the victim's family. She says he goes to Mexico, buys illegal drugs, and then blames it on her. Like, if he gets caught with drugs, he would blame it on her. She says that he was a drug addict, that there was fentanyl in the marijuana gummies he hid that he would take, that he was an adulterer, that he was just a horrible, person. Zari, hello! I'm detailing the Kouri Richins case because new filings just dropped today and I'm so excited! Hi! We were talking about you earlier, by the way. You, Nagi, Usagi, and Audio. All good things, I promise. You can watch the VOD if you don't believe me. But no, I spent like 30 minutes just glazing y'all about how cool you are. No, it wasn't what you did. Well, it is what you did. Zari, I'm gonna need you to sit down. As your senpai, I just need to bring to your attention that you are a wonderful kohai, that you are so funny and nice, and you are wonderful to have around, and I'm very, very disappointed in you. I'm disappointed you're so wonderful. Anyway, back to my story. Too sentimental, need fire. No, we're in an aquarium. Don't use fire here. You'll burn all the other fish. You'll set Marrow's house on fire. But no, we were talking about how much I appreciated you guys and how you're my favorite co-highs. Anyway, so the entire time Kouri Richins is in jail, she is plotting with her family to slander the victim's family, to release photos to the media of her niece, or her niece and nephew? I can't remember if it's niece or nephew, but it's the sister-in-law's children. She wants her mom and brother and friends to, like, spread the word that she's innocent and these people are just, they hated her and they're trying to frame her for this. And it's a corrupt system with a corrupt judge. So she wants them to, like, spread the word about this. And, like, go on social media and go on talk shows and talk about how horrible her in-laws are and how innocent she is. So, she would do this. She would do this by having video calls with her mother. And video calls are recorded, both audio and visual. I don't think she knew about the visual part. So, she would write down on a piece of paper what she wanted her mom to do. Hi, wee 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 wee! Wee 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 wee! Hello. Hello. But so Kouri Richins would write down on these pieces of paper, and on the video call, she would hold them up to the screen so she wasn't reading them aloud. And they would tell her mom how to get her story straight, how to convince her older brother to talk to Kouri's attorneys and tell her all these lies about Eric, about how he was a drug addict and about how he would get drugs from Mexico and he was addicted to fentanyl. And just all this horrible stuff about the father of her children that she murdered. And of course she gets caught. It's called the Walk the Dog letter. It's an exhibit. Free for people to see online. It was a trip. Maybe we'll read it. Maybe we'll read the Walk the Dog letter. But we're not going to do that right now. So, she goes to trial. All of her financial woes are exposed by forensic accounting. Loved the forensic accountant. I just nerded out the entire time I was watching it. I was like, oh, she's so smart. She's so smart. I want to be that smart. I want to be her when I grow up. I can't be her when I grow up. I'm a streamer. I went to art school. But, goes to trial. All the shit comes out of the horse and can't be put back in because it's shit out of a horse. About how she was accusing him of having an affair. About how she was, verbally and mentally abusive. About how she was so in debt. About how she was lying, cheating, and stealing her way to the top to pretend to be a millionaire and to be a millionaire's wife. All while conspiring to take her husband's assets in the end. Because there was a prenup. There was a prenup between her and her husband. And if they divorced, she would get nothing. She would get nothing if they divorced. But if he died before her, she would get 50% of his incredibly successful, $1 million business. And, the house and the cars and life insurance and all this other stuff. Progs, hello! Smart man. Yes, very smart man. I don't care if you have money or not. Getting a prenup or something drawn up before you marry someone is always a good idea. Even more so a good idea if you do have premarital assets, like you own your home in your name, or you have an inheritance you're waiting on. Progs! Hi, Minnie. How goes? Goes good. I'm yapping. I am doing a very good yap. But so they have this prenup. She gets nothing if they divorce, but if he dies, she gets everything. So, of course, she fucking murders him. Murders the father of her 3 children. And during all the house flipping nonsense, she stole her best friend's life savings to put a down payment on a home that Kouri was selling. Never paid back the note on that loan, on that mortgage, and got her best friend evicted from her dream home. Took all of her life savings. Prenup, that's my shit, this is your shit. Exactly. So glad that's not how my marriage went. I know, right? You know, we don't want murder here. And I am not here... Look, I cannot give legal advice. I am not here to tell anyone how to crime better. But maybe, here's an idea. Don't murder people. Like, don't murder people. Don't evade your taxes. Don't forge your bank statements. Don't commit insurance fraud. Those are just some ideas that are not legal advice, but you might want to consider. Well, there goes half of my bucket list. Sorry. Sorry. But so anyway, after this trial, she is found guilty. Of course, she is found guilty of attempted murder, of the aggravating factors, which are murder by poison and murder by financial gain, because in Utah they have aggravating charges. At least not in the way that you'll get caught. No, progs! No! Bad progs! Bad! But so, that brings us to where we are today. Today was Kouri Richins' sentencing. I have not been able to watch it yet. I know the sentence that she wound up getting. I don't know how they got there. I get very emotional during sentencing because there are often victim impact statements from family and friends. And if someone cries, I'm gonna cry. To quote Liar Liar, stop breaking the law, asshole. Hey, Minnie, want to help me fund a pig farm for reasons? Sure, Zari, I'd do it for you. Can we get Nagi in on it, too? Oh, wait, you're talking about a case in my state. Are you from that state? Do you know the Draper gas station? So all the drug deals went down at this gas station in Draper. It became a very big thing. Utah. Yep. It was Utah. It was in Summit County. Utah. But so anyway, she's found guilty, and today was her sentencing. I have not watched the sentencing. I don't know if I will watch the whole thing. Like I said, I get very emotional, especially when young children are involved, and there were 3 very young children in this case. I believe at the time they were like 10, 8, and 6, maybe? They were very, very young. Very young. And I get very sentimental when things come to children. I worked in juvenile justice for a very long time. So, I get very upsetty spaghetti when it comes to children. But, yesterday, a document drops. So, before sentencing, each side can submit a sentencing memo, which tells the court how they want the sentencing to go. The state can submit one, the defense can respond to that, but essentially it outlines, like, the state wants A, B, and C, but the defense wants X, Y, and Z. You work in criminal justice or something? I can neither confirm nor deny that. I can neither confirm nor deny. But I have worked in and around the legal system for, oh shit, a third of my life. For 10 years now, I have worked in and around the legal system. I have held every job that you can hold in the legal system that does not require passing the bar. That's a yes. Shut up, trickster. Shut up. I can't tell you exactly what just for, like, Smart Girl 101, I'm not going to tell you what I do. Like, you know, I work in document retention. I work with documents. I work with preserving documents, making documents digitally accessible because I really care a lot about the accessibility of the law. But, I'm not, like, you can't know specifically what I've done or what I do. I do like to keep you guessing. I like to keep you guessing. So the boring part of the job, shut up! I have anxiety about talking in front of people, especially when someone's life is on the line. I did mock trial when I was in undergrad. I did mock trial. And I got so nervous that, like, I was like, You cannot silence the people. But so I very quickly decided that that part of the job, the in-courtroom advocacy, was not for me. I am not a lawyer. I have not passed the bar. I cannot give legal advice. If you want that, if you want someone who has a lawyer's perspective on things, please go watch Emily D. Baker. She is an amazing legal commentator. She does pop culture. She does criminal trials. She was a prosecutor in California for a very long time before becoming a legal analyst. So if you ever want legal content from a very knowledgeable person, please go watch Emily Baker. But as for me, I am none of those things. I am none of those things. I'm coming to Minnie for legal advice. Please do not. You won't get good advice. Oh, I bet she loves Ace Attorney. I do love Ace Attorney. I do love Ace Attorney. But so anyway, the sentencing memo from the state comes out yesterday. And when I tell you that the law is like 90% snark, it is so true in this filing. This prosecutor was so done with Kouri Richins. And you can tell by what he wrote. So that's what I want to do tonight. We're an hour in and we're finally to the point of this fucking stream. I have the sentencing memo. I have the sentencing memo from the prosecution about how Kouri Richins should be sentenced. Voltron is better than Ace Attorney. Don't pit my two loves against each other, Trickster. Oh, I ordered the DVD, by the way. I ordered the DVD. It's gonna be here on Saturday. I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait to watch it. Memo, fuck this shit, I'm done. That's how it went. Fuck this shit. Fuck this lady. Fuck her family. Not the Richins side of the family. Not the family she married into, but the family she had beforehand. Her biological family. Fuck them too. So, I'm so excited. I've been thinking about this all day. Like, since I found out this memo dropped, I've been thinking about this. But I will now read to you, my beloved chat, the sentencing memo by Prosecutor Bloodworth in the state of Utah versus Kouri Darden Richins. Case number 23-15-00139. State's sentencing memorandum before Judge Richard Mryzak. Judge Richard Mryzak. I think I just call him Judge M. I can't say his name. On Valentine's Day, 2022, Kouri Darden Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, "What have I done?" Rather, she thought, "How can I do better?" And then she murdered Eric Richins in the presence of their children, using poison, and for money. Such a person should never lurk again amongst the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. Accordingly, the state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole. Kouri Richins has earned it. Her children deserve it, and only the court can order it. Crap, that reminds me, I need to prep for jury duty tomorrow. No, Prags! BRB, need to do some investigation of my own. Okay. The state's sentencing request. Count 1, aggravated murder. The court should order the defendant to serve life in prison without parole, and it's abbreviated as LWOP, LWOP. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. The court should order the defendant to serve 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence. So you've probably heard consecutive and concurrent before. Just firing squad people so much cheaper. But, so consecutive and concurrent. Concurrent means they run at the same time. So if you're sentenced to 5 years on one thing and 10 years on another, you're not going to serve 15 years, you'll serve 10, because the 5 runs at the same time as the 10. Consecutive means that they are back to back. So if you are sentenced to 5 on one thing and 10 on another, you will serve 15 because 5 plus 10. Hello, Exotic Fox, welcome in! I am reading legal things to you tonight. In my sultry, sultry legal fish voice. Count 3, insurance fraud, because there were financial counts that had to do with the forging of the bank statements and the mortgage fraud that she used to purchase all these properties that she was trying to sell. This may be a dumb question, but when is murder not aggravated? So, I'm gonna try to explain this the best way I can. Please bear in mind it is very different in all 50 states. Some states might be similar. What Utah does is probably very different from what my state does here in Appalachia. Aggravated does not necessarily mean a crime of passion. That's where degrees come in. That would be more like a second degree murder. Because first degree is premeditated. Second degree, you can call it a crime of passion. Third degree is accidental? I don't remember what third degree is, but the first 2 are the important ones. Aggravated means something in addition to murder. Murdering with a weapon. Murdering for financial gain. Murdering for... I don't know. Like, but something is on top of the murder, driving the murder. So, the aggravation in this case would be murdering by poison and murdering for financial gain. Those are the aggravating factors. Aggravation in law does not mean like, oh, I'm so angry, I'm so aggravated. It means that it's bigger? I don't know. Was that the right word? But it means, like, something is causing it to be worse. Like, you aggravate an injury. Like how you aggravate an injury. You sprain your ankle, but you keep walking on it. You aggravate that injury. That's what aggravated murder is. At least where I'm from. It could be very different in Utah, but I do know that there are aggravating factors to this crime. Let's see. Count 4, insurance fraud. No, count 3, insurance fraud. The court should order the defendant to serve 1 to 15 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence. Again, consecutive means one after the other. Count 4, insurance fraud. Same as count 3. Because they're the same crime. Count 5, forgery. This is from forging the bank statements. The court should order the defendant to serve 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence. Now, here's where we get past the sentencing for time and go to other factors of sentencing. And I've actually never seen this. I don't know if it's just because of what courts I work in or where I live, but I've never seen this, and I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing that the prosecution is asking for this. The court should enter a continuous protective order in favor of Eric Richins' family members that prohibits the defendant from contacting them unless they first initiate contact and prohibits her from maintaining or benefiting from the insurance on the lives of the 3 children. Eric Richins' family members, including the children, brother-in-law, sister, Clint Benson, MB, and LB, as well as Amy Richins, who was Kouri Richins' sister, and Andrew Svensson. So, entering a protective order that prevents Kouri Richins from contacting anyone in this family ever again. There is the provision that unless they initiate contact first, there are ongoing civil cases where everyone is suing each other over the estate of Mr. Richins. But also her children are very young. At some point down the line, they might want to reinitiate contact with their mother. I don't think that is likely. But it's not something that the prosecution is asking the court to prevent. So if when they turn 18, 19, 20, they want to reinitiate contact with their mother, they would be able to. Again, I don't think that they would, but it's good that they're leaving it open like that. 7. The court should order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company, the company with the life insurance she had on her husband, in the amount of $1,017,018.49. And True Stage Insurance Company, another company she had life insurance with on her husband, in the amount of $352,562.61. I'm learning so much, Minnie. I'm glad you're learning! I love that. This is... My passion is streaming. I love being a streamer. I love this. I love interacting with y'all. But my dreams are in legalese. Let's say that. You know how you learn another language and you dream in that language? I dream in legalese. Number 8. The court should order the defendant to pay recompense to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943.98. That's how you know that this prosecutor is so fucking fed up with her that he's asking her to pay back the county for putting her, like, behind bars. It also might be attorney's fees because she did have public defenders. She was in prison, so she's automatically considered indigent, because when you're in prison, you don't make money. So, that could also be to pay back the cost of the public defenders. In the state where I live, the public defenders have to request it, not the state. So, the public defenders after a case would be like, Judge, here's how much money I put into this case. I'm asking you to order that the state pay me as they should, and the judge will always approve it. At least where I live. Now we move into the argument portion. When sentencing, the court is to weigh and consider public safety, punishment, deterrence, incapacitation, restitution, and rehabilitation. So, what that means... Oh, I just read an article, and I've actually been to the town where this happened. Oh my gosh! If you ever go to the gas station in Darden, I need a picture. I'm gonna fly to Utah just to go to this mythical gas station. But so, considering public safety, not letting someone dangerous out into the public, punishment, actual punishment for the crime that took place, deterrence, deterrent of other people from committing the same act, incapacitation, to keep the defendant from committing the same or similar acts again, restitution, which is monetary, to pay back the money for the damages caused by the crime that took place, and rehabilitation, which is someone rehabilitating in prison and being able to rejoin society when their sentence is over. Kama is a well-established rest stop town? Oh, that's so neat. I didn't know that. Blanc, hello! Welcome in! I'm teaching things today. We're yapping. We're doing a good yap. Hi. Thank you for finding me. So, those are the factors that the court has to weigh. State v. Klein. I'm not going to read the citations, because I just don't like reading citations. They're very long and a lot of numbers, and my brain doesn't like numbers. Again, I went to art school. I did not go to math school. State v. Klein, which is a Utah Superior Court case, says, for consecutive versus concurrent sentencing decisions, the court must consider, quote, the gravity and circumstances of the offenses, the number of victims, and the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. State v. Wood, another Utah case, goes further in saying, quote, a sentence in a criminal case should be appropriate for the defendant in light of his background and the crime committed, and also serve the interest of society which underlie the criminal justice system. Wait, no, I read that wrong. The first bit, when sentencing, the court is to weigh blah, 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 came from State v. Klein. For consecutive versus concurrent came from State v. Wood. And background and interest of the public is State v. McClendon. Tonight's stream is apparently criminal justice. It is. 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 The court is to examine both aggravating and mitigating factors to include the nature and circumstances of the crime, the defendant's character, background, history, mental and physical condition, the impact of the crime on the victim's family and the community, and any other facts in aggravation or mitigation of that penalty, which comes from State v. Simpson. We talked about aggravation, which is making something worse. Mitigation is making something, in contrast, better. So, mitigation could be mental health. If someone suffers from a severe mental defect or a severe mental illness, that could be a mitigation against how much time they could serve. Say you're stealing from a store, but you're stealing food to survive, or baby formula for your baby, that could be something in mitigation of the severity of your crime. So the court has to essentially balance aggravating circumstances versus mitigating circumstances. What makes something that someone did worse, and what makes something that someone did not better, because better isn't the right word, I've decided, but less severe. Not all aggravating and mitigating factors are equally important, and, quote, one factor in mitigation or aggravation may weigh more than several factors on the opposite scale, from State v. Erskine, which was quoting State v. Kilpatrick. So if a cancer patient were to start dealing drugs for money and to leave to their family, Breaking Bad is not... Breaking Bad is... that would not... The physical condition of someone's ability to serve time in prison can in fact be a mitigating factor, but the fact that they have cancer being an excuse for causing the sale of drugs is not. Does that make sense? Like, to answer your question very seriously, does that make sense? Yay, good. Comfort. A few egregious aggravating factors may outweigh several mitigating circumstances claimed by a defendant. State v. Levering. The, quote, psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in the first-degree murder cases, quote, will virtually always outweigh or be more compelling than the mitigating circumstances. Between the commission of a capital homicide, i.e., an intentional murder, is one of the most heinous acts known to society, from State v. Holland. The sheer emotional impact of all the evidence of an unjustified killing tends to overwhelm evidence of the mitigating factors in the mind of the sentencing authority. The court is to consider, quote, the totality of the circumstances in imposing a sentence that is proportionate to the crime and the culpability of the defendant, which is also from Levering. The court is not limited to the circumstances of the crimes for which the defendant has been convicted, but may consider other factors as well. State v. Howell. Quote, evidence that is inadmissible at the guilt stage may be admissible for the purposes of sentencing. And that is very important, because in an actual trial, you have codes of evidence that you have to follow. Like, everyone knows hearsay. You can't say what someone else said. You can't say what you heard. Unless, there are exceptions to everything. But in general, the rule of thumb is you cannot testify to hearsay. That would not be admissible in an actual trial, because you can't verify the validity of certain statements. But that's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. When you're going into sentencing, guilt beyond a reasonable doubt goes away because they have been found guilty. There's no more reasonable doubt. So, evidence that the court can consider is much more broad. Like, someone's psychological history might not be admissible in a trial, or it might not be pertinent, or their upbringing. An upbringing is a better example. Someone's abusive or negligent upbringing might not be admissible in trial because it doesn't pertain to the case. However, the court may consider that as to its emotional and psychological effect on how the defendant grew up and how they operate in their daily life. So there is a very stark difference between, you'll see some people watching a trial and they'll get to a sentencing phase. And they'll be like, why, how can they say that? How can they talk about these things? You know, they're not supposed to be admissible. There's a different standard. Such information must be reasonably reliable and relevant. Even though there are different standards, it can't be something off the wall, you know? It must be reasonably reliable and relevant. And that's State versus Wanasek. Here, the state took the death penalty off the table. Oh, this answers my question from earlier. Because I was wondering why they did take the death penalty off the table, because crimes involving poison and crimes for financial gain, murder with poison and murder for financial gain can get you the death penalty in Utah. So I was curious about this myself, so I'm learning something new. I haven't looked at this memo beforehand, other than the first snarky bit. Here, the state took the death penalty off the table in early days of this case. See docket number 193, Notice of Intent Not to Sink Death Penalty. Accordingly, on count 1, the court must sentence the defendant to either LWOP, which is life without the possibility of parole, or an indeterminate term of imprisonment for 25 years to life. Again, we talked about this a little earlier. In Utah, the judge does not set the sentence. It goes to a state board to decide where in the range of sentencing you will fall. Hey Zadie, welcome back! I'm still yapping. Alright, progs, have fun. Jury duty is a very important civic duty, and we need people to take it very seriously, as it is very important, not just to the state, but also to the constitutional rights of the accused. Or if it's a civil trial for, I don't know, funsies. Just making the rounds, Minnie. No worries, no worries. I'm glad to see you back. Indeterminate term of imprisonment in life. Utah Code 76-3-207.7. There is no presumption in favor of either of the two sentencing options, which is Met v. State. In totality, the egregious aggravators outweigh the perfunctory mitigators and require a sentence of life without parole on count 1 and consecutive sentencing on the remaining counts. Subsection A. The nature and circumstances of the crime are irrational. That is very strong language, Mr. Bloodworth. But it is. Murder is often irrational. Let's see what they say about why this is irrational, though. The defendant murdered her husband in the presence of their young children, using a poison for money, and after trying and failing to murder him 17 days earlier. The Utah legislature recognizes that homicidal poisoning and murdering for money are each so heinous as to individually warrant the death penalty. And that's Utah Code 76-5-202, subsection 3. Here, the jury found the defendant guilty of both aggravators. So they found, essentially, that it was factual and true and correct that she murdered her husband with a poison, the fentanyl, and murdered him for money. The defendant chose poison. Jurists throughout time have recognized the particularly heinous nature of a homicidal poisoning. Quote, of all species of deaths, the most detestable is that of poison, because it can, of all others, be the least prevented either by manhood or forethought. You can't assume you're going to be poisoned, right? You can't power your way through a poisoning because of how alpha you are. It's the least. You can fight someone off. You can get the sixth sense, the spidey sense that someone is going to attack you. You can notice things like that. But it is much more difficult to notice someone slipping something into your drink. Nah, I'd win. Okay, Gojo. Oh, thank God. Guy took a plea deal, so I'm off the hook. Oh, did you have to call in and see if they needed you or check the website or something? But yeah, jury duty can be very daunting. I had jury duty earlier this year. I was not picked for the jury, but I had to be there for questioning for 2 days. At least they paid me. They paid me. But yes, I am very much a staunch supporter of jury duty. Please do your civic duties if you are called to attend. I also had jury duty, but they never had me go. I've been called for jury duty twice. Once I actually got to questioning, and the other time the case settled before I needed to go. The Florida Supreme Court has called poisoning a conscienceless, pitiless crime. Winano v. State. And the California Supreme Court observed, quote, a murder carried out by deliberately giving the victim poison is more cruel and aggravated than other malicious or intentional killings, both because such a killing involves preparation and planning, and because the killer intentionally deprives the victim of any chance of escape or self-defense. And that goes back to what we talked about just a second ago. I was worried because my crochet hooks are metal and expressly forbidden. Yes. Of course, California versus Florida. Well, they agreed this time. They agreed on this. Quote, the poisoner acts surreptitiously, thus avoiding detection, often betraying the most intimate of trust. Here, the defendant betrayed the most intimate trust of her husband and her children. The defendant decided that Eric Richardson's money was worth more than his life. Courts have consistently recognized that spousal murders motivated by money are especially egregious. In one such case, the Arizona Supreme Court observed, quote, the killing in this case did not arise out of a heat of passion, fear, struggle, or attempt to escape. This killing was not just the result of momentary premeditation, but the defendant's deliberate, carefully conceived, meticulously planned, and cold-blooded scheme to kill rather than divorce his unsuspecting wife. And that is State of Arizona versus Willoughby. The New Jersey Superior Court observed, quote, these killings do not stem from some powerful visceral emotion, but rather from greed and expedience. State v. Chu. Furthermore, few crimes display a more callous disregard for human life than that of the premeditated decision to seek profit by way of homicide. It evidences an abandonment of all the rules of society has constructed to maintain communal life and warrants the fullest condemnation and retribution. I knew I would need water tonight. My throat's getting thirsty. Subsection B, the impact on the victim's family is irreparable. I know I mentioned it a little earlier that I get very emotional. Emotional? I get very emotional Damn it, I said it again. I said it again. I make my chat hydrate with me when that happens. Shit, guys, take a shot. Take a shot of water. Aw, you missed me? Aw, thank you so much. I'm not gonna say I'm glad you missed me, but I am glad you missed me. But yeah, now we're getting into... Fuck. Okay, not gonna lie, I just scrolled ahead. We're getting into impact statements from the children. The children were able to write letters to the judge to consider, and the state has taken some of the bits of those letters to insert into this memorandum. I'm not gonna cry. I'm gonna be strong. I'm not gonna cry. But, like I said, I do get very emotional when it comes to children. You are, I'm not. Just because you said it, I'm not gonna fucking cry, Trickster. Just because you said it. Subsection B. The impact on the victim's family is irreparable. Fathers are not meant to bury sons, and losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. But there are no greater victims in the case of in this case, than Kouri Richins' 3 young boys. The defendant took both their parents from them. The aggravated murder was a crime of domestic violence in the presence of children. Under Utah Code 76-5-14, subsection A, or 1A4. Cry if you need to, Mini Senpai. I get emotional about animals the way you do about children. No, I will be strong. But thank you for the confidence, Sadie. That means a lot. Kouri Richins was a good husband. He cared and provided for his wife and even protected her from herself. Eric was a good father. He knew that the defendant tried to murder him on Valentine's Day, and he also knew that it was unsafe for his children if he were to leave the home. Eric died protecting his boys, and they know it. CR, the oldest child, was 9 years old when his mother murdered his father. He is now 13 and wears his father's clothes to school. Following Eric's death, DFAC supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by defendant against CR. See State's Sentencing Exhibit A. Those are sealed. We do not have access to those. Getting emotional in here? No! It's okay. Please get emotional. This is a very emotional thing. Someone murdered their husband and murdered the father of their children. And now those children have not only lost their father, but their mother, who is going to prison for life. And they will have to live with knowing that for the rest of their lives. And not just that, this case was widely publicized. These kids are going to have to go to school and go to sports and grow up with everyone knowing their business and everyone knowing what their mother did to them and their father. It's not something that's easy to comprehend or easy to deal with. So it's okay to be emotional. It really is. I know I'm playing the big tough alpha of me here, but no, seriously, it's okay to be emotional. It's something that is very emotional. It's sad and angering and depressing, all wrapped into one. So feeling angry and feeling disgusted and feeling sad and hopeless a little bit is completely normal and completely okay. But yes, the State's Sentencing Exhibit A, we do not have access to those. So, don't even try to go looking. You're never getting access to them. CR and his brothers have participated in intense therapy since the defendant was arrested 3 years ago. So, I really appreciate that. So, Kouri Richins' sister, the aunt to these 3 boys, has taken them in. She and her family are raising them. And I'm really glad to see that they are getting therapy, because there's still, as normalized as it has become, like everyone talks about their therapist, there is still a certain stigma against having to go to therapy. But this will help these kids. They'll never move on from what happened, but they can move forward. May, hello, welcome. We're getting emotional. We're getting emotional in chat today. Wilder yet is that everybody can benefit from therapy. That is 100% true. That is 100% true. Just having talk therapy, someone to talk with, can be so beneficial to someone's mental health and physical health, because your mental health affects your physical health. Even my therapist has a therapist. I love that. I love that so much. They have been in intense therapy since the defendant was arrested 3 years ago. This case took 4 years. The crime happened in 2022. She was arrested in 2023. The case was pending from 2024 to 2025, went to trial in 2026. It took 4 total years, 3 years after her arrest. Cases like this, there are appeals. There are very long court processes that have to be dealt with. The defendant waived time in this case, which means they didn't have to be tried within 60 days. There was also a changing of attorneys that took place for the defendant, so that adds time because the new attorneys have to get acquainted with the case and review all the discovery and talk to the prosecutors and everything like that. And it is one of my biggest gripes with the legal system that it takes so long. Not just for people to get justice. If you look, not this bitch. We're not talking about this bitch. This is, Kouri Richins can go rot. For all I care. Kouri Richins can go rot. But during the wait times, and incredibly long wait times in the American judicial system, people who say they were arrested on a drug crime, they possessed an illicit substance, they can go to rehab, they can turn their lives around in the time it takes to go to trial. And the court considers that. The court absolutely should consider that and can consider that, how they have changed their life. But they're still being judged for the person they were at the time they committed the crime. They're being judged as a drug addict or a shoplifter or okay, personal experience time, personal story time. I was involved in a trial where a drunk driver hit a family. No one died. People were seriously injured. But a drunk driver hit a family that was driving home from getting wings and fries for dinner. But the case took so long to go to trial. I think it took like 3 years from the date of the incident. So similar to this case. But he had entered rehab. He had gotten a job. He had reconnected with his children and gotten custody of his children again. Was actively working at the rehab and the church rehab where he went as a mentor for other people who were struggling with alcoholism. Yes, 3 years. It can take that long, especially now that courts are so backed up. But it just... And of course he's sentenced to prison. He deserved to go to prison for how he destroyed the lives of this family. But at the same time, you have to give consideration that he was not the same person who did that. And it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. Not just for victims or just for defendants. Like, for everyone involved. Legal process can be a pain. It can be. It's so red tapey and bureaucratic. And I am very passionate about our legal system in this country, if you couldn't tell. But yes, so this has been living with these children for 4 years since their dad died and 3 years since their mom was arrested. That's 4 years without closure. And living with your aunt and uncle and not sure what's going to happen, but hearing about your mom on the news and all the crazy shit she's doing in jail. Because, like, the aunt and uncle can protect them. They can put them into therapy. They can make sure they don't hear things around the home that are not conversations for children. However, They go to school. They go to sports. They ride school buses. You know, like, there's no protecting everyone from everything, and that's just sad when it comes to children. Zen, hello! Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Zadie? Zen? Schoolyard talks a bitch. Sadly, yes, I was... my first ever fight. I got into a fist fight. In middle school. I got into a fist fight. I punched a girl in the nose. Because she was talking shit. Do as I say, not as I do. Do not punch girls in the noses because they talk shit. Deserved? I thought it was. The school didn't. Well, I didn't get in trouble. She was too much of a bitch to admit that she got beaten up by someone under 4 foot tall at the time. Sometimes violence is the answer. No, violence is not the answer. Say, do as I say, not as I do. Again, don't punch people in the noses. Don't crime. Stop breaking the law. It's always my answer, trickster. Trickster. Anyway, back to it. They've been in intense therapy for 3 years. The oldest child wants the court to know that, quote, my dad was a good person and was very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. I am afraid if she gets out, she will come after me and my brothers, my whole family. I think she would come and take us and not do good things to us, like hurt us. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri. I will tell you that. The middle child was 3 weeks shy of his 8th birthday when his mother murdered his father. The defendant made this child her alibi, therefore condemning her child to be a material witness in this case. The fact that this kid can't even refer to her as mom, she doesn't deserve it. She doesn't fucking deserve it. She doesn't deserve to be a mother. She doesn't deserve contact with these children. She doesn't deserve to be a part of their lives going forward. She does not deserve to think their names. You're eating pretzels? I have corn. I'm eating corn. I need to, like, actually pay attention to chat. I keep getting so into reading this that I stop paying attention to chat. I need to be a good streamer. But we talked about this earlier, how Kouri went downstairs and said she got into bed with, fell asleep in the bedroom of her middle child. So this is the child that we were talking about earlier. And because he was her alibi, if called to testify at trial, the middle child would have recalled being put to bed early on March 3rd without bathing, which was unusual for the boys. So he didn't even get a bath. The television was playing loudly inside his parents' bedroom, and when the middle child tried to enter, he found he was locked out. He used a broom to try to dislodge a key from above the doorframe, intending to unlock the door and enter the bedroom. He accidentally hit the wall with the broom, making a noise that attracted his mother's attention. She yelled at him to go away. She later entered his room and asked him what he needed. He pretended to be asleep because he was angry with her. Later during the night, his youngest brother woke and tried to enter his parents' bedroom to sleep with them, as was his habit. The youngest child also found himself to be locked out and slept in the middle child's bed instead. The middle child would have testified at trial that the defendant did not sleep in his room with him the night that she murdered his father. So, we talked about how she said this crime took place, right? We talked about earlier how she said she went into the bedroom of her middle child, fell asleep in there, woke up at 3 a.m., after having drinks with her husband earlier in the night, went into their bedroom and found him cold to the touch, so he was already dead. What we learned from this what we learn from this, and I think this is very important to point out, because it goes to just how awful this woman is. I hate this woman. I hate this woman. I hate this woman. But the door was locked for hours. She stayed in that room with her husband overdosing on fentanyl that she gave him until he was dead, and she was sure he was dead. She didn't leave the room. She locked the door and stayed inside. She watched the man she married and had 3 children with die, and made sure he was dead. And then called the police at 3 a.m. Because remember, the children were put to bed early. So this took a while. Did I mention I hated this woman? Did I mention that? I feel like I should mention that. You remember? Good. Okay, I'm going to keep saying it. I hate this woman. I fucking hate this woman. How terrible does a person have to be to even think something like that? You can't hate her enough. I know, right? All this over money. All this over... Get a fucking divorce! Get a fucking divorce. Just get a fucking divorce. I don't... Especially in cases like this, like you're having an affair. You're married to someone you don't like. You're having an affair. So you murder them to get out of the marriage. Get a fucking divorce! Get a fucking divorce! Divorce would save so many lives. I'm very passionate about this. Which is funny. Which is very funny because statistically, civil law, specifically divorce law, is actually some of the most dangerous law to practice in the United States. Because there have been cases of one spouse murdering their spouse during litigation and also killing the attorney. And she cheated on top of that too. Yes, she was having an affair! She was having an affair! I know, right? But, yes, statistically, civil law, family litigation law is the most dangerous law to practice in the United States for that reason. I know, right, Zadie? It's awful! It's awful! Anyway, the middle child wants the court to know that, quote, my dad can't be my coach anymore and can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. I don't want the defendant. He didn't say the defendant, but they have it in brackets here, which means they're inserting the defendant instead of what he said. I don't want the defendant out of jail because I will not feel safe if she is out. With her in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without the fear of her hurting me or anyone I love. And just to clarify, the brackets don't mean that he said something bad or he cussed or did something like that. That's not what that means at all. It's not censoring. It means that he could have said something unclear and they needed the brackets for clarity. So he could have been saying something very vague. He could have been saying she or her or something like that. So the brackets are just for clarity and brevity. This poor little... I would not blame this poor little child if he cussed her out, but he was not cussing her out. He was not cussing in his letter to the court. The youngest child was still in preschool when his mother murdered his father, and has now lived half his life without his father and 3 years without his mother. His memories of both are limited. He remembers being scared the night of his father's murder and wetting his pants while held in the bedroom before his Aunt Katie arrived. The youngest child wants the court to know that, quote, when someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. If she got out, I would be so scared. I'm worried that she would take me away. Once she is gone, I will feel happy and I will feel safer and relaxed and trust people more. If the defendant serves 25 years in prison, she could potentially be paroled at age 57. This lady was my age. She's not exactly my age, but she's around my age. So it's just blowing my fucking mind. This whole case blows my fucking mind. She could be potentially paroled at age 57. Her sons will be 36, 35, and 30, and likely will have their own families. The boys deserve finality and should not have to revisit their father's murder at future hearings or worry about the defendant's potential parole. When someone is up for parole, they have a parole hearing. That means that people can come and testify about why they should or should not be paroled. And because these 3 children are victims of this crime, they are considered victims because not only were they in the residence, but they are family of the deceased. So the sister and the brother-in-law and the extended family are all considered victims. But they would probably be called to testify at these parole hearings about why their mother should not be out of jail. So that's why they're putting this in about they shouldn't have to revisit this. Given the tremendous trauma and upheaval that the defendant inflicted upon their childhood, this court should ensure that she does not harm their adulthood. Not only should the defendant serve her life in prison, but she should serve her boys' lives in prison. This is the best closure her children can hope for. Only this court can give it to them. Katie and Clint are now raising 3 boys that require extraordinary love, support, and stability. This is the sister and the brother-in-law of Eric Richins. It is best for the boys, and everyone is thriving, but Katie and Clint never planned for it. Katie never planned to administer an estate and a trust or tackle vindictive litigation. Not legislation. Minnie, damn it, get it together. Litigation. So Kouri Richins sued the estate because she thought she was entitled to money from the estate after her husband changed it to write her out of his will. So she sued the estate and Katie, who is the administrator of the estate. There are a lot of litigations going on around this. Not as many as Karen Reed, but damn, there are a lot. Gene never planned to work the family ranch at his age without Eric. Katie and Amy both live with guilt of not doing more to protect their brother from his wife. The aggravated murder's impact extends beyond Eric Richins' family. Josh Grossman bears the weight of knowing that he contributed to the defendant's motivation to murder Eric. It has gutted him. Chelsea Barney bears a similar weight knowing that the defendant murdered Eric in some measure to salvage Miss Barney's life savings. This was the friend. This was the friend she stole the life savings for from the house. It haunts Carmen Lauber that she unknowingly provided the defendant with fatal drugs. Cody Wright and Josh Kays questioned whether they could have done more to save their friend. Carmen Lauber was the friend that Kouri Richins asked to procure fentanyl for her. We're getting back into the snark. Thank you, Prosecutor Bloodworth. Subsection C. The defendant's character is irredeemable. Can you tell how much he hates this woman? I can tell how much he hates this woman. The defendant is transparent, as he should. Yes, lady, as we all should. The defendant is transparent. Evidence of her character is well known from all stages of this proceeding, to include her prioritizing a facade of success over everything, her fraudulent borrowing of money. She borrowed the money for the mortgages to fund the houses she was planning to flip, wrote the fake bank statements and all that. Her stealing her best friend's life savings, her persistence in murdering Eric after failing on Valentine's Day, her self-publishing a children's book for money and attention. A children's book, by the way, about grieving the loss of a loved one and helping your children cope with the loss of their father. And of course, the aim of her walk the dog letter among a slew of other examples. Bull fucking shit, you said it right, Zadie. She want to know the best thing? Well, the worst thing. One of the worst things about it is she didn't even write the fucking book. She paid someone to write it and slapped her name on it. She didn't even write the goddamn book. She didn't even write the goddamn book. Zari, hello! First thing I see upon returning, LOL. Wow, what garbage. Yeah, she is garbage. We are allowed to call garbage garbage. It's just pointing out what something is. Okay, but like, I often, True Crime with Mini Senpai made me think of this. I often contribute my getting into streaming to people like Wolf Glick, or Crimson Ruse, Mori Calliope, Doki Bird. I often attribute it to them, but it's probably more so accurate to say that people like Bose versus the World and Emily D. Baker are just as equally like important to me when it comes to streaming. When I first started streaming, I wanted to be a law tuber. I wanted to talk about true crime. I wanted to talk about like police videos and police interactions. I wanted to talk about court cases. So I'm so glad that I get to do that. And I'm so glad I get to do that. Again, I cannot give legal advice. Do not ask me for legal advice. I will not give you legal advice. And look at you, here you are. Yes, I'm here. I'm hiding under my blanket right now, but I'm here. Oh, here, I made it. I have 300 followers on Iriam and 200 almost on YouTube. I've made it, Mom. I've made it, Mom. Aw, Zadie, thank you for the congrats. I am cocooned in a blanket now. I'm cocooned in a blanket now. The only legal advice here needed is don't commit fucking crimes. Yes, Progs, yes. Yes, Queen. Oh, thank you for the heart. Trickster, what do you mean no? What do you fucking mean no? The lesson is don't get Trickster. I will take away your mod privileges. Don't tell people how to crime better. Oh, we're getting into the good part, by the way. We're getting into the good part. And this is why I wanted to read this on stream. Hooray, the bare minimum. Okay. Why is my phone buzzing? I'm busy. I'm busy, Google Play Store. I do not need your notification. Trickster is right. No, Trickster is wrong. I believe in Trickster wrongs. Anyway, her self-publishing a children's book for money and attention. The aim of the Walk the Dog letter. That was the letter she showed her mom about how to get the story straight and to blame Eric for overdosing himself. Arctic7, hello! Uma your musumes, it says. It did say Uma my musumes. It did say Uma my musumes. But yeah, the Walk the Dog letter was the letter. Walk the dog is a phrase that means get your story straight. That's what that phrase means. Among a slew of other examples, the defendant cannot check her ambition or her sense of entitlement. When confronted, she lies. When she feels aggrieved, she attacks. And she certainly feels aggrieved, she always has. In the immediate aftermath of the guilty verdict, the defendant blamed a corrupt prosecution, a corrupt judge, and unfair Summit County jurors. Here, 6 weeks following the guilty verdict, the defendant text messaged an admirer. I will expose this county, the prosecution, the judge, the Richins, the investigation, all of it. So they can lock me away for now. That's fine. It's going to come back on them. It will come to an end. Not this year or next, but I am not going away. I won't be silent. I am going to expose them all for what they have done to me, my kids, and my family. This injustice. They picked the wrong one. They think sentencing is the end, closure. It's just the beginning. They haven't seen anything yet. Winky emoji. See state sentencing exhibit D. Has she no sense of accountability? No, of course not. That's why we're here. She's nuts. Yeah, she's fucking nuts. Well, to assume she had one in the first place. But that dramatic reading was why I wanted to read this on stream. I saw this and I was like, oh my god, I have to tell chat. I have to tell chat. Most telling of her character, the defendant attacked Eric. Within hours of her arrest, she for the first time blamed Eric for his own death. From jail, the defendant and her family engaged in a, quote, open season on, quote, Eric the Dead. This is what they called him, Eric the Dead. Releasing what they believed to be damaging information about Eric to the media. State's memorandum opposing motion to suppress letter. During trial, the defendant falsely accused Eric of having an affair with a coworker and a homosexual affair with one of his best friends. The Richins children are familiar with the inescapable media coverage of this case. Many of the defendant's attacks against the Richins family permeate the record. For example, she throat-punched Amy Richins 2 days after murdering Eric when Amy informed her of the Eric Richins Living Trust, the trust he made for his children. You're shitting me? I am not shitting you. Certifiable, one might say. It is certifiable. Eric created... Oh, keep reading, Minnie. Keep fucking reading. Eric created the trust to protect her and their children. 4 days later, she hired counsel to breach the trust. She told Jean Richins that Eric died of the same lung mold that killed Jean's wife. Cruel. It just says cruel. Cruel, period. In the Walk the Dog letter, the defendant instructed her mother to release photographs of Katie's young children to the media and wrote, quote, "Bring me home and then we'll get those damn bitches," referring to Eric's sisters. When confronted with the letter, the defendant insisted, in the face of all reason, that it was part of a, quote, freaking book. A half-true, half-fiction novel about her incarceration. Oh, Suguru and Yuji are back! Hello, welcome! I'm reading dramatically from court documents. I mean, what else could you say to that? It's so true. Other of the defendant's attacks against the Richins family are new to the record. So this is information that did not come in trial. This is information that we did not know until this memo dropped. Because remember, things that are inadmissible in trial can be admissible when it comes to the judge determining a sentence. So this is stuff that was not relevant at trial or could not be brought into trial, but we're learning about now. It's certainly a time I came by just to make the rounds and I'm having a hard time leaving. Oh my gosh! That is the biggest compliment I think I've ever gotten. Thank you. Other of the defendant's attacks against the Richins family are new to the record. For example, when the estate's investigator found bank statements that Kouri Richins' realty account header and the C&E account details, C&E was her husband's business, Because remember, she spliced the bank accounts together to make it look like her business was profitable. The defendant accused Katie and hired counsel to advocate for the criminal prosecution of Katie. When detained pre-trial, she caused her family members to pursue federal firearms charges against Gene, Eric Richins' father, for removing Eric's firearms from the Willow Court home for safekeeping. Because why would they want firearms in the house with children? She also filed false reports with the Department of Children and Family Services against Katie and reported Amy Richins to the police for marijuana possession. To this day, the defendant maintains insurance policies on the lives of her children. The Richins family will not be safe if the defendant is ever paroled. Where is the court document of my mass genocide? I can write one for you. I'll be your defense attorney, Suguru. Strawberries, hello! Welcome in! I'm doing a dramatic reading of court documents. The defendant's attacks extend beyond the Richins. While detained pre-trial, the defendant caused her family members to file unfounded bar complaints against the Summit County Attorney and Chief Prosecutor and post a gay dating profile of the lead detective online? What the fuck? The defendant also made an unfounded criminal complaint to the FBI about Eric Richins' business partner. These people are unhinged! Christ on a bike, you said it right, Progs! Christ on a fucking handbasket. The defendant's character is evident, despite her well-crafted facade. Eric's surviving Valentine's Day, 3 years of pre-trial detention, and a resounding guilty verdict has only amplified the worst of her character. It did not remedy it. She has expressed no remorse and has indeed publicized the opposite. You can't make this up. It just gets crazier. It does. It just keeps going. You gotta go. Oh, thank you for coming by, Suguru. I'll catch you later. John Grisham, eat your heart out. I fucking love John Grisham. Fucking love that man. His books are amazing. Read John Grisham books, everyone. If you have not, they are amazing legal dramas. And a lot of them are based on, like, true life accounts, too. Do you think John Grisham will do a book about Kouri Richins? I'd pre-order that shit in a heartbeat. The irrational nature and circumstance of the aggravated murder, its irreparable impact on the Eric Richins' family and others, and the defendant's irredeemable character prove overpowering aggravation. Any mitigation that the defendant presents will only be more facade. It is all she has. But even if credited, it cannot outweigh the aggravation. But even if credited means even if the court takes the mitigation seriously. So if the court believes the mitigation, the state is saying it cannot outweigh what she has done in aggravation of the crime. Accordingly, the defendant has earned the maximum punishment short of death, because the death penalty is not on the table, and public safety requires her permanent incapacitation. She has well established that rehabilitation is beneath her. Life without the possibility of parole, combined with the intense publicity cultivated by the defendant and her counsel, will also deter would-be poisoners from coldly murdering their spouse and their children's parent. Again, firing squad. Right? Just put them under the jail. Section 2. The court should sentence consecutively on counts 2 through 5. I think we are almost done. The gravity of the attempted aggravated murder is that the defendant learned from her mistakes. She learned to obtain, quote, something stronger and to administer it in a way that prevented Eric from realizing the poison's effects until it was too late. The circumstances of the attempted aggravated murder are identical to the circumstances of the murder. The gravity and circumstances of the frauds and forgery punch above the charge's weight because they encompass the defendant's motive for murdering Eric and the pecuniary gain aggravator. The defendant's character, as discussed in section I don't know what that means. They put a citation there, but I don't know what that means. Gonna head out now, Senpai. Have a good day. Oh, thank you so much. Sorry. I'll catch you later, okay? Have a good night. The defendant's character, as discussed, is irredeemable. Accordingly, in section 1, subpart C. That's what that means. Okay, I understand now. Accordingly, the defendant earned distinct punishment for counts 2 through 5, and the court should sentence them consecutive to any other sentence. Section 3. The court should enter a continuous protective order in favor of Eric Richins' family members. The defendant was convicted of domestic violence, aggravated murder, and attempted aggravated murder. Utah's Criminal Protective Order statute provides that when, quote, a perpetrator is convicted of a domestic violence resulting in the sentence of imprisonment that is to be served after conviction, the court shall issue a continuous protective order at the time of sentencing, limiting the contact between the perpetrator and the victims unless 1. The court determines by clear and convincing evidence that the victim does not have a reasonable fear of harm or future abuse. Utah Code Section 78B-7-804, subsection 3, subsection B. This protection may include any order the court considers necessary to fully protect the victims and members of the victim's family. Bold and italics added for emphasis. Here, Eric Richins is the only, quote, victim under Utah Crime Victim Statute, Utah Code Section 77-38-2, subsection 9, subsection A. Paradoxically, Eric Richins' family members, including his children, are not, quote, victims. Okay, so I did have that wrong. In my state, they are considered victims. It looks like in Utah they are not. So I did have that wrong earlier. Either way. It is evident that Eric Richins does not have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse, which is the Criminal Protective Order Statute's threshold inquiry. Thus, the Criminal Protective Order Statute yields the absurd result that family members of a domestic violence murder victim are left unprotected when family members of all other domestic violence crimes can be protected. That might have been a little confusingly written, but basically it means because Eric Richins is dead, he does not have a fear of future harm or abuse happening to him, which is what this statute, the Criminal Protective Order statute, is supposed to inquire about. The question the court has to ask is, do the victims of these crimes have a fear of future harm or abuse? So, thus, the Criminal Protective Order statute yields the absurd result that family members of a domestic violence murder victim are left unprotected when family members of all other domestic violence crimes can be protected. So because he is dead and cannot feel this fear, the statute says that his family should not be protected. This is where the absurdity doctrine comes into play. Courts will apply the I hate this word. This word is now my mortal enemy. You're still talking about the same case or a different one? The same case. We're almost done with this document. We're talking about the same case. Courts will apply the absurdity doctrine when the operation of the plain language is so overwhelmingly absurd that no rational legislator could have intended the statute to operate in such a manner. This standard is satisfied only if the legislature could not reasonably have intended this result. Dante, hello! But basically, what this citation is saying, it's from Bagley v. Bagley. The absurdity doctrine says, when something is so absurd, the court can not abide by it. Hi, woman. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? My name is Minnie, not woman. See, also State v. Allred. Applying the absurdity doctrine to this subsection of Utah's Criminal Protective Orders statute. So there is a specific case that applies this to the specific statute in the absurdity doctrine. Call her crazy fish lady? I am a crazy fish lady. This standard is satisfied here. Clearly, the legislature could not have reasonably intended to accept the family members of domestic violence murder victims from protection. The defendant's conduct and the victim's impact statements firmly establish that it is necessary for the court to protect the 3 minor children from their mother, as well as Eric's father and his sisters and their families. Anyone can appreciate the family's fear resulting from the defendant maintaining insurance on the boys' lives. Again, she has fucking life insurance on them. That's terrifying. Accordingly, the court should issue a continuous protective order under Utah Code Section 78B-7-804, subsection 3, subsection B, and subsection D, subsection 5. Or is that V? I hate when they use Roman numerals. I think that's a 5. Fish. Yes, it is fish. I am fish. Under this code section that prohibits the defendant from contacting Eric Richins' family members unless they first initiate contact, and prohibits her from maintaining or benefiting from insurance on the lives of the 3 minor children. Why are you gifting me L's? I need W's. I need dubs here. Oh my god, why do I have 7 messages on Discord? I've had it muted. Subsection 4. The court should order the defendant to pay restitution. Okay, so we get to talk about money now. Restitution is money. Utah Crime Victims Restitution Act requires district courts to determine restitution for any pecuniary damages proximately caused by the defendant's criminal conduct. State v. Blake. Utah Code Section 77-38B-205, subsection 1, subsection A, subsection 2. So that was a 5 earlier, not a V. She is crazy, fish lady. I'm crazy, Dave. I'm crazy, fish lady. Insurance companies are victims under the statutory definition State v. Dominguez. Additionally, the defendant is a, quote, killer within the meaning of Utah's so-called Slayer statute, which provides that a, quote, a wrongful acquisition of property or interest by one who kills another shall be treated in accordance with the principle that a killer cannot profit from the killer's wrongs. Bolded and italicized for emphasis. Quite a few states have Slayer statutes. I think it actually stems from a very well-known case where someone suffering from DID committed a murder. And they wanted to, like, make a film about his life. And he was going to get the royalties because he sold the rights to it. But the state made legislature against it, so killers cannot financially benefit from anything having to do with their crime. And a lot of states have adopted a Slayer statute as well. The defendant... Holy fuck! The defendant received $1,017,018.49. Oh wait, I have seen that number before. That was in the opening. Why was I surprised? Can I not? I can't remember basic things anymore. Wasn't a Slayer statute a plot point in one of the Knives Out movies? Was it? I didn't know that. I've never seen Knives Out. Now I need to go watch it. You're telling me things I need to go do. I want a statue of Minnie. Maybe one day. I want to do an acrylic standee one day. That's kind of like a statue. Hey, maybe Bond Live will get so big that we'll get, like, pop-up parade figures. That would be so cool. Can you imagine a little mini pop-up parade figure? Maybe one day I'll have me on my shelf. I have Mimi. I have Mimi's trading card on my shelf. I don't have anything from Mero, though. I need to get something from Mero. Let's see. The defendant received $1,017,018.49 from Auto Owners Insurance Company and $352,562.61 from True Stage Insurance Company as the beneficiary of insurance on Eric's life. These insurance companies paid out as a result of the defendant committing aggravated murder as convicted in count 1. Moreover, True Stage paid out because the defendant committed insurance fraud and forgery as charged in counts 3 through 5. So she forged her husband's name on this life insurance document to get this insurance on him. She forged his name. Accordingly, the court should order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of, I'm not saying these numbers again, but in the amount that they paid out for both Auto Owners Insurance and True Stage Insurance Company. Mini Fumo went. Oh, that would be so cute. But what outfit? What outfit would it be? I love Fumos. I actually have several Fumos. Section 5. The court should order the defendant to pay recompense to Summit County. Okay, so this is the petty part. This is the petty part. After Ray, Quinney, and Nebeker, her original attorneys, that's the firm of her original attorneys, abruptly withdrew from this case in May 2024, the court declined to require the defendant to complete an affidavit of indigency, citing Fifth Amendment concerns. See the order appointing indigent counsel. The court found that the defendant was indigent on the sole basis of the former counsel's representation that the defendant does not have access to financial resources sufficient to retain private counsel. Summit County thus became statutorily obligated to provide defense services to the defendant. These services will... No way that is the number. The cost of these services will exceed $1,391,943.98. There's no way. How did they bill that much? I mean, of course, it's the state saying this. I have no reason to disbelieve these numbers, that this is what it would have cost for the public defenders to defend Kouri Richins, but that number is just so big. That's a lot of money? Yes, that is a lot of money. Then, okay, wait, hold on. Let me couch this. I'm getting sticker shock, but I should not get sticker shock because this is a 3-year-long court case from the day of her arrest. And for 2 of those years, the public defenders were on her case. So this is over 2 years of public defender representation. So I should not be surprised, but damn, that's a big number. And you know this is petty because the state is the one asking for it, not the defense asking to be paid, but the state asking for it. A cheating lawyer couldn't even win this? No. From everything I'm hearing, a good lawyer couldn't win this. You right. No lawyer could win this. She damn sure thought they could, though. If the court learns that an individual provided with indigent defense services is in fact not indigent, the court shall order that individual to pay the indigent defense system the cost of services under Utah Code Section 78B-22-102. The defendant continues to litigate claims to Eric's premarital home and a share of the trust res. To the extent any of these assets or any other assets are adjudicated to be defendant's property, the court must order, very large number, of those assets paid to Summit County as a recompense for indigent defense services. So, at the same time as this criminal case is going on, there are also the fuck was that sound? Sorry, I just heard something like out of the corner of my ear. What the fuck was that? Anyway, so at the same time as this criminal case is going on, there is civil litigation where Kouri is suing the estate has sued Kouri, and Kouri has sued Katie. I don't remember if Katie has sued Kouri, but I know for a fact that there are 3 litigations going on. Is this event about points? Yes, this is a point standing event. Yes. There's no way I'm gonna win. The person in first has almost 200k points at this point, I think. But I'm gonna give it my good old college try. I'm not gonna quit. I asked chat about it, and chat said I shouldn't quit the event. So I at least want to place. Anyway, so what this means is if in any of the civil cases, Kouri is determined to be owed some monetary amount from the trust or from Katie, the victim's sister, if she is determined to own some monetary profit from these litigations, then she must be ordered to pay because she is not indigent. So if she gets money from this, she is not indigent and therefore could pay attorneys. Anyway, additionally, the court may order a defendant to pay cost for expenses incurred by a political subdivision of the state for attorney's fees of counsel assigned to represent the defendant under Utah Code Section 77-32B-104, subsection 1, subsection A. To the extent that the defendant or her representatives or assignees receive any money that is not subject to the Profit from Notorious Criminal Activity Act, Slayer statute, the court should order the very, very large number of that money to be paid to Summit County as a recompense for indigent services. In conclusion, we are finally at the conclusion. The court should sentence the defendant to life without parole among the state's other sentencing requests. This sentence is appropriate considering the crimes that she committed, their impact on her children and Eric Richins' family, and her irredeemable character. This sentence serves the interest of society which underlie the criminal justice system. Most importantly, no other sentence can provide the 3 minor children the comfort and protection that they need and deserved. Dated May 11th, 2026. We made it through, guys! What a fucking ride! And again, this prosecutor's name is Bloodworth. His name is Bloodworth. I love that. Guess what? What is it, Dante? I'm not a fucking clownfish! Don't couch that in calling me a clownfish, you dick! The door is closed, but I keep thinking I see my cats in the room. A certificate of service. A certificate of service is basically saying that I have served this on the other party. So, that is the sentencing memorandum from the state in the Kouri Richins case. It is snark, it is sad, it is impactful, and it's a damn good sentencing memorandum. She's more of a Dory than my memory is not that bad. My memory is not that bad. I was expecting him to say chicken butt, so was I. So was I, quite honestly. But yes, that was the sentencing memorandum for State v. Kouri Richins. I'm so excited. I need to watch the sentencing. I'm probably not going to do it anytime soon. because it's sad, and I get sad very easily. Ugh, my throat is so dry. But yes. I love getting to talk about this kind of stuff with you guys. I love it. I have a very large passion for the criminal justice system in this country and criminal justice reform. So I'm so glad. You get sad easily. We should hug for real. No hugs. No. Be good. Don't be parasocial. Remember, chat, I'm here. I love being with you guys. I love entertaining you. But I am a streamer. It is my job to be entertaining. So, no no being parasocial in the chat, please. But yes, I do get sad very easily. If someone cries, I am balding. Don't be weird, people or Trickster will get the ban hammer. But yes, thank you guys so much for letting me just yap at you for, 2.5 hours. It's charging. Yes, it is charging. Let me check Discord. Let me check Discord. Yes. Yes. Go with my ideas. Go with my ideas, me. Oh, my co-highs are debuting. Too bad I'm streaming. But yes, I am so excited to be able to yap. Like, I know I went off during my lunch stream about Alec Murdaugh and Alec Murdaugh getting a new trial. Like, damn, I knew it was coming, but damn, I didn't think they'd actually do it. He deserves a new trial, though. I am very pro Alec Murdaugh new trial. Fuck Courthouse Becky. Fuck Courthouse Becky. Oh, why do I have... all of a sudden I have a shit ton of emails. Hold on, I need to read through these real quick. Sorry, I shouldn't be checking my email in the middle of a stream. But I had so many Discord notifications, I was like, maybe I should check my email. I've been at this for a while. And stop getting emails? I wish I could! I wish I could stop getting emails. That's from Neverness to Everness. That's from new job applications. That's a bill. That's a bill. I'm just a bill, and yes, I'm only a bill. Sitting here on Capitol Hill. But, Minnie, no one but me is old enough to get that. What do you mean? I used to watch that shit in school. What do you mean no one else gets it? Take that back right now. Take that back right now. I don't want to think about that. I'm not old. I'm not old. You got it. Ha! Someone else got it. Someone else got it. Someone else knows. I get it, and I'm probably the youngest person here. I used to love those shows. Like, what are some other ones? What are some other ones? Lolly, 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 get your avos here. Electricity, electricity. Electricity, electricity. Or the Family Guy version. No! There's a Family Guy version! I didn't know there was a Family Guy version. Besides, Mini Sardines live 5 years. Shut up. Shut up. But yes, yes, thank you guys so much for indulging me. Thank you so much for indulging me. It's only 9:30. We can keep going. We can keep going. I have to get in stream hours because I want to do Streamer Cup. I'm at 15 hours and I have to hit 30 by the end of the month. I mean, only 2 hours a day count, but still. It's still. I want to have more hours than anyone else. And I still have lots of corn I can eat. And I have leftover poke from lunch. No, I can go get too. Today's the 13th. You can make it. I know I can, but that means I have to stream at least an hour a day for the rest of the month. But remember, I have surgery tomorrow. So that's gonna maybe interfere? I think I called you snakehead fish once since I started watching you. It is only once. You have only called me that once. And I was very happy when you did. Why do I have notifications? Oh, why do I have a message in the Jast server? What? Oh well. But, yeah, there are a ton of court cases that I really, really, really want to talk about with you guys. Not just this one. Like, now that Alec Murdaugh's getting a new trial, I want to do that with you guys. I won't be able to stream it live, but I can at least go over, like, maybe top moments of each day. Gotta keep saying it. Keep from saying it just a little longer so it hits just as much as the last time. Be nice to me. I am delicate. But yes. So I really want to do that, but that'll be a very long trial. I think the last one took a month. No, you're not delicate? What do you mean I'm not delicate? I am a precious, delicate, proper lady. How dare you? After you clean your room, my room is clean! You're a man's man? I am the alpha of me. I am the alpha of me. You're right. Debatable? No, I am! Even Meryl and Mimi have said it. I'm the alpha of me. You're really just a man? No, that's my brother. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it the other day, and I have 3 brothers, and I call them each something different. It's all a voice changer. You'll never know. You'll never know. But my oldest brother is a big, wuxia nerd. Like, a big nerd about, like, historical Chinese dramas and, like, cultivation dramas and stuff like that. So, I call him Gege, which is Chinese for big brother. I call my middle brother Cherry, who lives with me, Aniue, which is, a word you can use, in Japanese for brother. My baby brother, though, I just call him Bubba. I call him Southern. He will always be Bubba. My sister I call Bug. I call her Bug. My little Bug. She's the one that's pregnant. She's the one that... Well, I'd be kind of worried if my brothers were pregnant. But my sister is the one that's gonna have a little girl. So... But yeah, I call my oldest brother Giga. I call my middle brother Aniue. And I call my youngest brother Bubba. Call him Cardboard. Tell him it's from me. Be nice to my brothers. My mom was talking the other day about picking out what name she wants the baby to call her. Like like a Nana or a Meemaw or something like that. And I was like, well, shit, do I have to pick an ant name? Like... Is there gonna be, like, a specific name that this child has to call me? Do I get to pick that? Or do we just, like, go with the goo goo gaga flow? Taco? I'm not having this child call me Taco. I'm booting up Neverness to Everness, by the way. Mini Taco? That's even worse! My computer said my controller was almost dead, so I don't know how long I'll be able to play, but... We need to finish this stupid quest. We're finishing the dog quest. No, I dropped my sticky note! No, come back! That's my sticky note with all the streams I have to do. Your name shall henceforth be named Stinky! I am not stinky. I took a shower today, and I didn't do strenuous activity. And clean your closet and room? No, no! I want to play video games! I have surgery tomorrow! Be nice to me! Besides, my closet is still clean, thank you very much. I've done a very good job of keeping it clean. I bet your room has thousands of chip crumbs on the floor! Excuse you, I do not eat food in bed. I eat it on the couch, like a civilized person. But no, I would lose my fucking mind if my room was that dirty. I would cry. I used to live in an apartment before I got the house. I used to live in an apartment with a very, very bad ant infestation. And there were, like, I could never get rid of them. There would just constantly be ants, like, in the cat's food dishes and stuff like that. I would come down and they'd just be crawling all over my pantry, and I never was able to do anything about it until, like, right before I left, they finally figured out the cause, and it was that my shower was leaking. So they were, you know, coming in for the water and staying for the free food. But, so, yeah, if my room ever got that dirty, I would literally just cry. Kenshin! Welcome in! Welcome, welcome, welcome! We're playing Neverness to Everness and talking about legal shit! Alright, I'm gonna do a pull. Oh, I got another fucking pantyhose.
Are you okay? Since this is our first meeting, why don't we take a photo together?
It's not our first meeting. I literally have like 3 of you. No pools, you can't afford it. I'm not putting money in. I'm not putting money in. That was a pool the game gave me.
I'm ready.
Me! I'm ready to go!
But yes, I'm not putting money in. I'm not... Gosh, I was talking to Fish earlier about how many gacha games currently are going that I have stuff I want to pull in. It gave it to you out of sorrow for being installed on a phone with not a single cent. You're rude. That's so rude. I am an experienced gacha gamer, you know. I've spent that like probably $1,000 on a boy love sex game. I spent probably $1,000 on New Carnival back when I had a job that let me spend $1,000 on New Carnival. Don't admit that, please. Okay. I was hanging out with my friends today at our local shop, and there was a girl, and I invited her. She showed up. I had a blast playing Magic with her, but I'm not surprised from last night's stream. Shut up! You guys should have heard what Storyteller and I were talking about earlier. They discovered the hentai shelf. All right, but we have to finish Rudy's quest. I want to at least do that. All your hentai and BL, yeah. Your daily routine is work, game, and goon. You're so close. You are absolutely not wrong. I don't feel like she doesn't really like me in that way. Then again, it was the first time we were hanging out, so I don't know. I've been literally overthinking. I'm sorry, Kenshin. That's really shitty. I'm really sorry you feel that way. It's goon work, goon game, goon then goon again. No, you're leaving out the part where I play the goon games. So it's work, game, work, goon game, goon. You gotta get it right. You know, the little characters where they have little storm clouds over their head, that's how I feel right now. No, buddy! I'm really sorry. I hope it works out for you. Because I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Goon went from cool dude in the mafia to a freak in the sheets. No, not a freak in the sheets, because goons can't actually get any. They can be pathetic like me, and then Try texting a boy who hasn't texted them in 3 months. Who's supposed to be your boyfriend. But hasn't talked to you in 3 months. I'm pathetic, aren't I? Obviously not anymore.
Good vision here.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I did pull Hotori's umbrella. So I have the umbrella glider now. It's so fucking pretty. Maybe I'm just unlikable. No, you're not unlikable. Stop thinking like that. We are pathetic. We are. My entire chat is pathetic, and I am a pathetic streamer. Oh my gosh, it's a schnauzer! That's okay, Minnie. If you reach level 35... Maybe I'll reach level 35. Are you gonna ban yourself, Trickster? Mighty parasocial of you. Does the ban hammer work on mods? Stop being so depressing on my chat, damn. But no, Kenshin. I hate that you feel that way. I really am sorry. No, Kenshin, no. Really, it's okay, I promise. Hang out and cheer up with us. Only if you don't want any more help keeping these people tame and civilized, you're not doing a good job to start with. But no, Kenshin, hang around. We'll try to make it better. Yeah, your family here, Kenshin. You're always welcome here. So, please, put your mind at ease at least for a little bit, okay? We'll have some fun, we'll talk about legal stuff, we'll yap and game, and it'll cheer you up. Oh, that just reminded me, I have banana cream pies! Oh, anyway. Anyway. I don't know, maybe I'm just overthinking everything, and honestly, I hate myself right now. All I did was text her saying that maybe a week he would see a movie. Well, remember, it's okay to feel that way. Like, what you're feeling is valid. But you also have to remember that the little voice in your head telling you all those things isn't right. She obviously showed up and had fun with you. And just because she hasn't responded yet doesn't mean she isn't going to respond. People do... I mean, I'm really bad at texting, as you can tell, because I've been texting a dude who won't text me back for 3 months. But I'm really bad at texting. Like, I'll see a message. Ow, I just ripped my nail. Ow, that really hurt. Oh, fuck, that hurt. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that in the middle of being sentimental, but that kind of hurt. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, don't be pathetic like me. I've texted the woman who ghosted me for a year. At least I'm not that bad. Ow. God, fuck. Hey, let's all be pathetic together. Let's have a good stream and all be pathetic together. And pathetically play a gacha game that I don't have money to spend on. Speak for yourself, stinky fish! Shut the fuck up, trickster! I'm trying to be encouraging! What, would me reading an ASMR again make you feel better or something? The boss? Are you big? Like Big Boss for Metal Gear Solid 3? Excuse you, I am the boss here. I am Boss Tycho.
Are you?
Hi. Yay! Food.
Come on.
Oh, can you do me one more favor?
It depends.
There's a set of nail clippers on the, yeah, not in the table, but on the table at the back of the couch. They're pink. They should be next to the headband.
Reggie.
I ripped a nail.
Come on.
Bye, Reggie.
Come on. I can't bend down to pick you up.
Thank you, Cherry. My brother brought me pie. Oh, I just need to trim off this nail real quick. Shit, that hurt. No, they're saying that I smell. They're saying that I smell. I'm the smelly one. I took a shower this morning, but then I had overtime, and now I'm streaming in a very hot room. I am a very stinky fish. I'm the stinky fish. Everyone here, I think affectionately, calls me a stinky fish. But at least I have banana pudding. Ow, but that really hurt. I ripped my nail. Oh, and I just got him done, too. That sucks. My nails are so weak after having acrylics for so long. Stop ripping your nail. I'm trying. Can I have a piece of pie? Sure. It's banana pudding pie. Yes, it's very good. It's actually a Little Debbie's. I didn't know. They're new, apparently. But they're supposed to be banana pudding flavors, so I got them yesterday while I was at the grocery store. But I'm very excited to try them. Fax us a slice, I will send it telepathically through the internet. Oh, that's really good. That does taste like banana pudding. That's weird. I normally like the oatmeal cream pies from them. I also like oatmeal cream pies. But I think these are just a thing for spring. But they're really good. They're really good. I'm glad I picked up a box of them. But they're not, like, fake banana-y flavor. They taste like actual bananas. Oh my god, you guys stop!
All in a day's work.
That's really loud. But if you're gonna clip me, at least get me doing something funny.
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long.
I'll deliver this one myself. Signed for delivery.
Okay, but you keep saying cream pies. I feel like I'm being bullied. When aren't you bullied? Oh my gosh. It's true though, it's true. I always get bullied by you guys. Okay, now we go to the cinema with the doggies. Wait, I have messages? Why do I have messages? No, I don't want to exit the game. I bully you out of love. I don't feel very loved. Nah, Trickster just hates me. That's not true. It is so true. Oh, you hate everyone equally. I feel so much better. Thanks. No one is special. I could never hate Tycho? Aw, at least someone doesn't hate me. But it's okay. I can hate myself enough for all of us.
Feels good.
Finally get to go to the doggy cinema!
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Aw, they're all here! I'm surprised my brother actually brought me dessert. I guess it's because I'm streaming and I, like, help him with stuff while he's streaming. Apparently your boyfriend does enough of that for all of us. Shut up! I don't need this!
Feels good.
But no, don't joke about my pathetic love life. Remember, you have to make it to level 35. Look, dude. Look. I didn't think I'd make it past level 20, but here I am. You guys, you're being ridiculous. Dante? Oh my god! Stop it or I'm calling the other mods! How about we go back to talking about court cases while I play Neverness Tavernus? Why don't we go back to that? Why don't we stop talking about my love life? say my standards are too high. Gamer Blaze 22, hello, welcome in. Oh. The fuck? Oh my gosh, it's a Cerberus! I didn't know this was what I got when I finished the quest. How am I doing? I'm doing well! Thank you so much for asking! I hope you're doing well too. Cerberus like the double arm Cerberus in DMC3? No, like the dog. I got a puppy! What have I been doing today? Well, I went to work this morning, and then I did overtime, and then I started streaming. I talked a lot about a legal case that just had sentencing today, because I love me some legal cases. She's been gooning all day? I have not! I've been good. I spent a whole 2.5 hours talking about Kouri Richins. That is the least goonable woman in the world. Luckily, I don't have work. Aw, you suck. I'm jealous.
Why did you bring me here again?
I have to go to work in a job that pays not nearly enough.
Feels good.
2.5 hours not gooning out of 24. Dante, I swear to God. Instead, you have high school. How old are you? I'm not gonna beat you with a hammer. Okay, you're not a minor at least. Or wait, is 17 considered a minor? I don't know. What age do you have to be to use this app again? $18? 1 year off. I use a parent account. No, I can't do it. I can't. No children. No children allowed. Must block. I hate having to do that, but oh well. Oh my gosh, I can use the dogs as a mount? Why is that dude running upstairs? Sir, why are you running? What are you running? Sir, why are you running? Why are you running? Where are you going? I'ma catch you! Back when I started, I was probably 17. It was a while, I forgot. 19 now, though. Okay. Oh, he ran all the way up here. What? Now he's running back? Sir! Sir, where are you going? Call me when you're 40, kiddo. Wait, how do I get out of here? Nope, that's not it. Where are the stairs? Children in my chat, stop! Stop it, play nice, you two. But I want your opinions. What legal case should we come up with next? You guys. Seen near Coastal Highway Z42 east of Azure Vista. Coastal Highway north southeast. Where is Azure Vista? Hold on, I'm gonna have to look this up. Legal case, probably the one where the guy did the thing to another guy who was caught by the third party. Oh my god. Oh. Mm. Aubrey. Okay. I don't really know how to actually finish that quest, so I'm not gonna do it. Well, I think I finished the quest. I just don't know how to unlock the thing. Where is the auction house? Security office. Need to go to... That's the Haunted Mansion. That's Stereo Express. Where is the auction house? Google. Google, be my friend. No, I don't want auction houses in my area. Maybe I have to play through the story before I can get it. Guess what? Chicken butt? Oh, right. I wanted to do the thingy. I'm not a stinky bream. Where was I gonna go again? You guys are making me forget what I was doing. Inventory.
I don't
Details.
do vague requests.
It doesn't tell me where to get them. How do I get more consoles? I don't understand. Maybe an exploration guide? Ah! Let's see here. Eerie, hello! Welcome in! What is hers? Okay, hers is wind. This one. Oh, that's a ways away. Is there any? I may have no future, but I have. I'm your Oshi. Am I your Oshi, Dante? That's the first time anyone's ever called me their favorite streamer. Oh damn! I don't have. Oh, I have one. I have one teleport box near this thing. Maybe? Hey, come on. Let me be your favorite streamer. I suppose I could update my Oshi marks? Oh my gosh. Guys. That's like really so sweet of y'all. Like, what the fuck? I'm someone's Oshi. I never thought I'd make it that far. I'm an Oshi. One day I'll be as big as my Oshi. You've been my Oshi ever since I started bullying you. How does one Oshi marks for stinky fish? It's the fishing rod. Mine is the fishing rod emoji. But man, you show all your like. Why you gotta bully me though? I'm your Oshi. I don't understand why I gotta be bullied.
Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Fucking bugs. Gives me something to do. Rude! Y'all are so rude to me.
Feels good.
I'm stuck on a wall. I'm stuck on a wall. I hate the wall running in this game. It makes me so annoyed. Like, why couldn't they do it like Woo-Wah? Woo-Wah is so seamless. But I'm still gonna climb this tower, damn it. I need to get up to where I get better arcs. Not arcs, but... If you want the real answers, because I tend to act abrasive to people out of fear of abandonment, that's a whole other conversation! Oh my god! I'm not... I wasn't expecting that!
Engage. Boss. Target neutralized.
Oh, that was really quick. Claim double. Try again. Nagi is here! Nagi! Welcome back! You scared me, Nagi!
Time to take a hard look.
Nagi's so scary. Dude, I was glazing you up so much earlier. I was talking about you and Zadie and Audio and Usagi and how, like, great y'all are.
Nice done.
Come on. Wait, am I doing the wrong one? Let me make sure I'm doing the right one. Why am I getting... I'm getting Sun and Moon, so why am I getting Clock Tricks instead of Sculpture Gallery? I'm so confused. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay. Wow, welcome in! An unusual panda, hello! Super crab too! Welcome in, welcome in! It's going well, thank you for asking! You missed it, we went through like a whole legal document read earlier. So now I'm just chilling with Neverness to Everness because I have surgery tomorrow and I don't want to go to sleep because it means I have to wake up for surgery tomorrow. That crab was quite superb.
I don't like the discounts for follow-up services.
leveled up again. Hell yes. I wish I never went to the middle school I went to. I'm sorry. Middle school sucked. It wasn't any fun. Yeah, whoever wishes they went to the middle school. Okay, now I can go to character.
Pleasure working with you.
And console equip. Auto equip. And then equip. Auto equip. Then you equip. Auto equip. And Skia auto equipped. I'm sorry, Unusual Panda, that really sucks. I really hate that for you. I don't really know what to say to it. I'm really sorry. Let's go back to Exploration Guide. That means you were chosen. Those people just popped in. That's a good way to put it. Like, good on ya. No, go back. Well, now if anyone ever bugs you about it again, you do have the perfect response. Thank you so much for the follow, and hello, Alice Symphony! Hello, everyone! Welcome in! Now I feel bad I'm not in the middle of yelling about Kouri Richins anymore. I could do a dramatic reading. Alright, I'm off duty for the night. Hell yeah, welcome back! Going to find ASMR to fall asleep to. Have a good night! Oh my gosh. Conceal the freak, Dante. Alright, I'm gonna go now. I probably will be back next stream. Oh, thank you so much! I hope I get to see you again. It's always so good to meet new people. I swear to God, Dante, if you call me another kind of fish again... Never mind! He gives up. I forgot I had this banana pudding. I am not scary. Fuck you. I am not scary. I can't believe my phone's still at 100% though. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. My ego is big enough already, trust me.
Are things clearer when you're looking from above?
I feel like... Why, Speedy Penguin, why are you calling me mommy? Arowana are cool. Arowana are really cool, though. Because you have a mommy-like character. I don't think that's a good thing. I mean, big melons, curves, thighs, and a cute face. Well, thank you. Man, I wanted to call you Molly earlier, but I didn't want to be called a creep. You can only call me mommy when I'm doing the mommy voice. I'll permit it then. Do it, please? Absolutely not.
Feels good.
Do the mommy voice, por favor. I'm not doing the mommy voice. Hi, Himiko. Nice to meet you. Do it, do it. Absolutely not. I told you I was only gonna do the ASMR stuff if we advanced places in the contest. What did I walk into? A bunch of degens in my chat. Apparently. Ha! No points, no mommy voice. How will we convince you to do it? Donate. Leave the pretty lady alone. Thank you! Finally, someone is on my side. They've been bullying me all fucking day. Well, I did send 26. You sent 26 of them? I didn't count. Oh, thank you for the neon frog. I'll send some stuff if you do it. Absolutely not. That's not how this works. Five things for mommy voice. Money first, kid. Oh, thank you for the neon frog. 28 actually followed by an of.
Feels good.
Mommy voice now. No! Usagi, save me! Please save me, Usagi! Yeah, but we're still in 12th place. I told you I was only doing the ASMR if we went up places in the contest. Holy moly, I think it's the first time I was outgooned. Is okay, pretty lady. Normal voice is always pretty. Aw, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. I like my voice. Nagi. Hey now, no fighting over senpai. Ragoon 2 times already? Oh my god. Children! If you can get me to 11th place, I'll do the mommy voice. Dante, congratulations! Usagi, Nagi, please save me. Please save me. Wawa, hello! Welcome in, Wawa! We're all gooners here. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this torment. Wait, where am I going? Who is sweet? Usagi, see what they do? They've been bullying me all night. I even did a really funny, dramatic reading of court documents for them. Fuyohoshi, hello! Yeah, I can't imagine wanting sushi art of your own, senpai. Okay, but look, the sushi art, I can't really blame you because it was technically my idea. Come on, do mommy voice my MILF. I'm not a MILF. I'm a Bishoujo. We're not in 11th place yet. You guys do not understand the facts of this competition. You haven't seen her room, trust me. You haven't seen my room either! You're my fave MILF. I'm not a MILF! How old are you, Mr. Penguin? Thank you, Usagi. 23? Bull fucking shit. I know it stinks like sweat. It does not! I'm actually very self-conscious about that. Oh, thank you for the follow. No, Dante, you're being weird. You're being weird. I'm just gonna do some fishing. Screw y'all, I'm gonna go fish. Thank you, Usagi. At least I have you. Oi, oi! I was actually talking about you and Nagi earlier, Usagi. In the video game, I'm going fishing.
Are things clearer when you're looking from above?
Thank you, Dante. You guys are an absolute riot. Phantom Shade Panda, hello! I can't see your icon, but congratulations! I love it when more people use Iriam. I love this app.
Feels good.
Usagi, thank you for the Neon Frog! It's my, like, I love Shirasu Hype, but Neon Frog might be, like, a very close second. So sleepy, but it's senpai time? Aw. No, I can't do an ASMR. It might put Nagi to sleep. How about the L? No, no L's, only dubs. Usagi wishes she could have gotten Frog. I'm sorry you didn't get Frog. I can't think of a good name after Phantom Shade, so I left the panda part. Frog is snack. Don't spell love without the L. Angie. Children. But those events typically come back around after a while. So hopefully they'll rerun it. Like they do like with Take on the Gateway. crossing my fingers for you, Usagi. It's so cute. But at least you can still see it by sending it in other people's chats.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Enemy senpai! Everyone, the frog has arrived! Hello, hello! Welcome in! The background is also cute. I love this background. And John is here too! Talk about frog summon frog! We were just talking about the frogs. Oh, I have enough. Once I hit fishing level 4, I can finally get the new, first fish now this! John Iriam, yay! Now I can start fishing! Nagi, what did you do? What did you do, Nagi? I looked away from chat for just a second.
I won't let you get away.
Wait, you actually called me a snakehead. You actually called me a snakehead. Neon Frog, thank you so much! Bedtime for the detective now? Alright, Nagi. I hope you have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping in. It's so good to see everyone. I'm glad I decided to stay up late. Normally I'm going to bed in like 30 minutes. The red-spotted fish, red-spotted fish.
Wait for the moment.
It's only 7:30 for you? It is 10:30 here. You must be in the Mimi time zone. King Morpho, hello! 10:30 for Usagi. Usagi's best time zone confirmed. EST is the superior time zone. It is the superior time zone. Don't wear, senpai. You know it's a fact. We get to go to sleep first.
I won't let you get away. The line is getting tight.
Ooh, I caught a saddleback anglefish. Angelfish. He'll get to experience the day before me. We do. But that also means that our meetings go later, and we fall asleep in the middle of meetings.
Almost there.
I felt so bad. I fell asleep during one of the meetings, and I was like the last person on the call with Menace on, and they were like, Minnie, are you okay? Vinny!
No, it's getting away.
It's meeting. Who cares if you fall asleep? I care if I fall asleep! Oh my god, I did that once during a Zoom college class. Oh no! At least I wasn't on screen. How close am I getting to the next fishing level?
Hope we get a nice
Insomnia is so hard. It really is. Oh my gosh. I'm still, like, recovering. So, I lost my job back in October. It was a job I had for almost, like, 3 years. Ah, the fish got away. Damn it. And I got so used to just sleeping in all day because I was so depressed. So, like, when I finally got a new job, it was so hard for me to, like, fix my sleep schedule. You once fell asleep standing up? Oh my gosh. I've fallen asleep in the shower before, but at least I was sitting down. Guys, I have a poll. It's 3 options. All right. Shoot, what's the poll?
Wait for the moment. I won't let you get away.
Oh, thank you for the follow! It's good you're able to get another job. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Do you sleep on your side, stomach, or back? I sleep on my side. If I sleep on my back, I have nightmares. All 3, it's random. Aw, hugs from Usagi are my favorite thing. How nice that we get to just chat while I'm fishing. Ugh, that's a lot to go to level 4. I'll do a few more fishing, then I'll stop. You couldn't sleep on your back if your life depended on it? Neither can I. I wake up, like, with horrible nightmares. Oh, the 3,000 star! Thank you so much, Senpai!
That's a good spot.
Oh, have you guys heard of the court case of Sarah Boone down in Florida? She was the lady who, like, zipped her boyfriend up in the suitcase and killed him. No, but I love court case stories. Oh man, I wish you would have been here earlier. I dramatically read the sentencing memo from the Kouri Richins case. Dovak, welcome back! I live in Florida and never heard about those people. Well, I got something fun to tell you about. Alright, we're gonna put a pause on the video gaming, because I have to find this for you. I legitimately have to. So Sarah Boone was convicted of murdering her boyfriend by zipping him up in a suitcase where he suffocated to death. I've heard about it happening. Florida person memes, yes. So she was convicted. She went to trial. She rejected a plea deal for manslaughter. Went to trial. And obviously was convicted of second-degree murder. And second-degree murder is, life in Florida. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. It's gonna be life. The main reason I sleep on my side is because I'm usually stuffy. Oh, I get that. But so, let's see. Sarah Boone sends a 28-page letter to the judge. This is a long letter. I didn't realize it was 28 pages long. Damn. Yeah, something is definitely not right. They were both drunk. She said that they were playing hide and seek and he hid in the suitcase. But, how did he fit in the suitcase and agree to get in it? Yeah, I think that she took videos of him, like, suffocating, and you can hear him being like, let me out, let me out. It was horrible. Oh, why is this so small? Download. Sarah Boone letter compressed text. Let's see. Glad she's in prison, yes. But, oh, but. Let me see. I wanna read you part of this. I wanna read y'all part of this letter she sent to the judge after she was convicted. Okay, is it still working? Yes, my Adobe is still up. My Adobe is still up. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes. But to be fair, if she asked me out, I'd say yes because of how I am. Oh my god. I must search up a YouTube video while listening to you. Do it. Alright. This was sent on December 24th. And she calls him Mr. Krajcik. I think it's Judge Krajcik, but she calls him Mr. She does not call him Judge. Dear Michael Krajcik. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. I don't think I am. But anyway. I am enclosing my complete statement to you and the world as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. By my reserving particular parts of my very true and meaningful statement, I was hoping to have been graced with your forgiveness, understanding, and consideration in any level or degree. For me, unfortunately, and regardless of when I had spoke on my behalf, or the number of, your ignorant mind was already made up. By your clear error and full-blown unfair bias against me since your involvement in my crucial case as a whole, I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as a supposed fair and impartial judge, except for your wish that I spend the rest of my life in prison. Please forgive me for suffocating my boyfriend. And mind you, this is all, like, underlined. I don't think this is a wise letter. She was already sentenced to life in prison. But she tried to read this in court, and the judge was like, we're not doing that. Please know, and always remember, Mr. Krajcik, I forgive you. Still and sincerely. Please understand also the judge, according to Cicero, quote, is never to lose sight that he is simply a man and that he cannot exceed the power given to him by his commission. That not only power but public confidence has been given to him, that he ought always very seriously to attend not to his wishes, but to the requisitions of law, of justice, and religion. Sic procluentis. I am excited in my appeal, which speaks for itself. My case law, as well, in which I am extremely proud to have achieved, and will continue doing so now that I am no longer in your corrupt court and free from your malevolent judicial grip. I also have added to my statement, as a result of your blindness and impartiality, foremost, your disgust in me as being an outspoken woman, determined, dependent, and proactive client, hoping the next time you put on your listening ears and do not unfairly oppress the next as you have so blatantly done me. You will never admit your many judicial errors, nor will the prosecutors theirs, and I will never admit to what you have wrongfully accused me of and judged me as. I am not a murderer, I am a survivor. He's probably rolling in his grave. Black robe disease arrogance in a judge. A slang term for a judge who flaunts judicial power and dominates proceedings at the expense of the dispensation of justice. Impartiality is the first duty of a judge before he gives an opinion or cites in judgment in a case. He ought to be certain and absolute that he has no bias for or against either of the parties. If he has any interest, even the slightest in the cause. She writes in cursive. I can't read cursive very well. Even the slightest interest in the cause, he is disqualified from sitting as a judge, and when aware of such interest, ought to lawfully and justly refuse to sit on a case. The delicacy which characterizes the judges in this county generally forbids their sitting on such a case. The judge must not only be impartial, but must also follow and properly enforce the law, not abuse. He is bound to declare what law is and not make it. Be not an arbitrator, but an interpreter of the law. It is their duty to be patient in the investigation of the case, understand circumstances and difficulties by all parties, careful in considering parts of a case in whole, and decent in judgment. She's so rude in the video while he's asking for help. I know, she's so wicked. She's awful. But at the risk of practicing judicial centricism, a word I have coined in this presentation, others have called it black robe disease. Whether he was correct or not in any behavior, it is widely accepted that judicial behavior affects the jury. And then there is the worst of judicial ailments, the black robe disease, which is otherwise known as arrogance. Trial judges are affirmatively charged with securing a fair trial and must intervene sua sponte to that end when necessary. That duty encompasses not only the avoidance of error before it occurs, but the fair correction of error that may have occurred earlier in a proceeding. I was 4 years wanting an Eggo waffle, but luckily not got just black and burned. Oh, Senpai! Senpai, what the hell? In the instant case, the trial judge did not analyze the evidence, he added to it. Dealing with a more mannerism of the accused in giving his testimony, the judge put his own experience, with all the weight that could be attached to it, in the scale against the accused. god. Kintsuku is the kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious, and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. I had an OC based on that? Oh, I bet that OC was beautiful. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintsukuroi. I can never say that right. Kintsukuroi. Lurking Capybara, hello! In my wisdom, and with all of my repairs then, now and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by Jorge Torres, and the Torres family, and the justice system, Judge Wooten and Kranick, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Sleep because I had to go to work on my son's field trip. Wait, hold on, these pages are out of order. What is wrong with you putting these pages out of order? How simple is it? They're numbered! The pages are numbered! Why are they out of order? Hold on. Let me find the next page. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-comparison to be set free from sorrow. They had one job. They literally had one job, and it was to post this online in order. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache. Irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter, as the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Reminder, she wanted to read this right before she got sentenced to life in prison. She wanted to read this to the judge as her right of allocution. Alright, Panda, have a good time with your tortilla chips. But she wanted to read this in her right of allocution. So the right of allocution, after you have been found guilty of trial, is the right to speak in front of a judge and show remorse, talk about yourself, talk about, you know, your side of what happened, tell the judge you're sorry, be remorseful, stuff like that. That's the right of allocution. It's the right to speak for yourself before sentencing. Minnie, you still live? Welcome back, you two. I appreciate it. But anyway, so remember, this whole letter was what she was trying to say to the judge when she's supposed to be, remorseful after being found guilty by a jury of her peers for murdering her boyfriend by suffocating him in a suitcase and filming it. So, like, she wanted to say all this to the judge's face. I can't with this woman. And when he wouldn't let her, because it was like, you know, the right of allocution is about showing remorse and not rehashing the case, and here you are just, like, talking shit, bitch. So he made her cut it down with her attorney what she was going to say. So she sent the letter to the judge in its entirety. Gold has nothing to do with killing your boyfriend? I know. Well, unless you're Kouri Richins, then it has everything to do with killing your husband. Fucking Kouri Richins. I hate that bitch. Alright, okay. I try to be good. I try to be nice. I let y'all run a little wild sometimes. I do. I think it's funny. But you're crossing a line, Mr. Penguin. So, please refrain. Enough of the mommy, I love you, I want to kiss you stuff. You're crossing a line and need to stop. This might be uncomfortable. Please don't go over boundaries. Thank you so much. But this is your warning. Both of my mods are asleep right now, but I also wield the band hammer. So this is your warning. I'm not gonna kick you, but please refrain. Like, I was fine with you talking about my model. That was all well and good. It was funny, but how old are you, buddy? I should have asked that. Zara, you're always on top of it. Oh, and thank you for the 9,000 star. Are they even still here? That's why I'm on multiple bondies too. I need to. I have several mods, but all of them are asleep. Trickster went to bed. Velly's traveling to Asen. Cherry's in bed. No, wait. Cherry's also streaming. They are here. Well, maybe they learned their lesson. Maybe they'll take the warning seriously. I think he said he was 23 earlier, but I'm pretty sure with how he was acting, it was a lie. I'm too shy, scared to ask someone to mod for me. No, don't be shy and scared. Mods are a very integral part of the streaming infrastructure. He ain't acting 23. I know, right? Like, I'm fine with a little bit of it. Like, I don't mind. Like, when it's all in good fun, you know, like, I'll joke around with, like, Trickster and Dante and Velly, you know. But there comes a time when every young boy needs to be sat down by their mommy, apparently. I thought I was a D1 Gooner, and here comes John Penguin. Zero Riz. You're right. Riz level negative 50. He has about as much Riz level as Kokomi has crit level. Exactly, yes. I hate it when something says I have a notification and then, like, there's no notification. Gonna be Ishigami from Love is War acting like Oh man, that cuts deep. That cuts deep. Danya, hello! Welcome in! Thank you so much for joining! We're reading through Sarah Boone's letter to the judge. Where was I? And, like, I was willing to do, like, the ASMR and all that shit. I was willing to do it. But you gotta play by the rules. You gotta play by the rules. But where were we? Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief to deeper heartache. Dante, you have a one-track mind, my guy. Above all, When you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger, and cease from resentments, this is forgiveness. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My gold begins with Jorge Torres, and every time he abused, I'm gonna skip over that's a little graphic. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. This is the Jorge Torres is the man. Damn, you still going? Yeah, damn right, I'm still going. I don't have to wake up tomorrow till like 10. Besides, I need the streaming hours because it's Streamer Cup. She should not be moving forward. She needs to move further into guilt. Remember, she's talking about the man she murdered. I forgive Jorge for beating me senseless, for trying to... Okay, we're still out of order. For ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together. For wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over again. I'm gonna skip over that. For all the drunken rages and fistfights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartment during hunting expeditions after I escaped. For drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose. I wish we could hear his side of the story. I know. He did have people there so I watched the court case. And he did have people there that were like, no, everything she's saying she did to him, not the other way around. Just take away the microphone and throw her into the Sarlacc pit. King Goat, hello! Projecting. Yes, it is very projecting. Threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece. For threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job. For holding me hostage weekends my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck. Taking my phone and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave. For stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help when I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested. For destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. For me experiencing ever being arrested and after today prison. So it's his fault. It is his fault. Who is this lady? Amber Heard? No, it's not Amber Heard. It's Sarah Boone. It's Sarah Boone from Florida. Skullmorph Soundlaw! I haven't seen you in a while. Hey, buddy. Yeah, so it's his fault she got arrested. Floridian Amber Heard. For having me experience what it means to see stars like in the cartoons where a character has a tall lump on their head, I had to many, many times. Dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him. For taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car. To take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him. But again, so many abusers do this. So many defendants who are convicted do this, where they do everything to try to just slander and shade the victim. And it's like, it's not just that she had to drive him around. She's very specific. Not just that she had to drive him around. It's that she had to drive him to family violence intervention classes and probation officer meetings. Never mind, she has also been, like, taken in by the cops for domestic abuse. It's not him. She has also been taken in by the cops. They try so hard to justify their actions. They do. This sounds insanely rehearsed. It was a letter she was writing to the judge. That she was going to say at her sentencing, but the judge cut her off. So she sent the letter. For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, and emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once. For destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter, not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive Jorge for lying, for him trying so many times to end me with his terrifying love. I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who he was, capable of, and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, than to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. Hi, Kirby Master! All for his siblings, including Farrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of the head. For everyone who knows what he was doing to me, sometimes, how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in their bed at night this uneasy question. What could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried to by asking for help from all of us, and so many times. Like, this is wild. Like, just reading this is wild. Another great contributor of my gold is social media with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. No, I think that was you when you took a video of yourself murdering your boyfriend. My family law case is the new prey, waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me, being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantage, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced, successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all the media tycoons for not having a life. Also, all the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands, and keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed in my case, still no one knows me. I feel like you could make a drinking game out of this letter. Oh, we need to play Soft-Sit Bingo. We need to play Soft-Sit Bingo sometime. Oh, that will be so fun. Watch a Soft-Sit compilation and play bingo. With all the crazy shit they say. Drink every time you facepalm? No, that will give you alcohol poisoning. Every single lie is a shot. That's death. That's death right there, sir. We'd all be dead. Bondi would have no one left. My gold also runs deep for my prior attorneys. I can't... Mr. Mauricio Padilla, who sold me the world with empty promises, then abandoned his responsibilities as my attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life when finally realizing he was in over his head, and while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his staycations with his family when in town from Miami, for having resources ready and available, not allowing me, the client, to ever utilize which could have greatly progressed my case and perhaps concluded, only for him to decide water parks, fine dining, and choice hotels were more important, and on the JAC's dime. Pass out after the first sentence? We so would. I forgive Frank J. Bankowitz for committing perjury to the judge and on-court record about my attempts to be a proactive defendant and client, inquiring about my discovery, then trying to communicate with no answer or correspondence in any manner for 1 full year and 2 months before I was able to finally meet with him in the courtroom, only to receive his motion to withdraw. Frank J. Bakowitz is forgiven for his greed in taking $15,000 from the JAC, who honorably aid indigent defendants as myself, for taking advantage of and robbing the justice system by lying and avoiding clients, taking their money, and the JAC's. That lady's just determined to blame everyone but herself. Also, how is her grammar? She talks about being so smart and having so many college degrees. And it might just be me not being able to read cursive. Like, I am struggling a bit because I can't read cursive. But, lady, I can read it well enough to know that this is a little difficult. Winston E. Hobson receives my forgiveness, who also unethically perjured himself to the judge and on court record about all the progress and attorney work he did in my case for the 2 months he was court appointed as, for his allegations of my supposed unethical request, which meant me asking about my discovery and trying to have him file a motion for my lawful inclusion to my pretrial conferences cited under FRCP Discovery Rule 3.220, subsection O, subsection 1. I wanted to be included in my case and knew progress from being excluded by Bankowitz and Padilla over 3 years in prison, for over 3 years prior. Forgiveness also in telling me he would return in a week with my discovery, only to receive his motion to withdraw in the meantime, still not receiving my discovery, and I filing my own motion enabling me to go to my hearings, including my pretrials. Continued forgiveness in his greed and selfish intentions, also for robbing the JAC and indigent defendants of $15,000 more for nothing, justifying any work he really did do in the handful of days he represented me as an attorney. If I had to write one of these, I'd say as much lies as possible just to be featured in a mini Tycho stream. Luckily, I don't plan on breaking the law. Remember, I am not an attorney. I cannot give legal advice. I have worked in the legal field for 10 years, but I have not passed the bar. And also, I'm not here to teach you to crime better. So please don't crime. And if you do crime, don't talk about me. Finally, and with all my gold received from this one, I forgive Patricia A. Kathman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude and not listening or caring that I finally received my discovery I kept asking her for, which the fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reasons was because I saw with my first attorney 4 years prior, and while she being my present at the time attorney. Hold on, I have to try that one again. Mini Tycho said crime bad, but she's stinky, so don't listen. You guys suck. All right, let me try this paragraph again. I thought body cam and soft sit compilations were peak lack of self-awareness. I was wrong. Sarah Boone is a delight in the worst possible way. Finally, and with all my gold received from this one, I forgive Patricia A. Kathman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude and not listening or caring that I finally received my discovery I kept asking her for, which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reasons was because I saw with my first attorney 4 years prior, and while she being my present at the time attorney, I saw not one page of or any digital evidence of my discovery she prohibited me from seeing. Let her commit more crimes so we get a part 2. She has civil cases that I think are ongoing. So if you look into those, you might get a part 2. No, not the skull emoji. Patricia A. Cashman is also forgiven for admitting I had a right to bond I asked her for, so I could actually utilize one of my rights as opposed to having them always violated as prior and still ongoing, then her deterrence of all my opportunities to do so. For all her lies, condescension, that says condescension. For all her lies, condescension, gross unnecessary arguments and anger that I asked any questions and wanted to understand. For her doing nothing other than give me an even harder time and request transcripts, then brazenly lie for over $16,000 for doing so. Also from the precious resources provided from the JAC. I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for being a liar and a bully. Condensation as opposed to evaporation. Forgiveness for all of those who did not include me to receive my $15,000 share I worked for when Judge Kranick forced me to be my own attorney to represent myself as pro se. I actually and finally got my own discovery almost 5 years later, filed motions all prior should have done, making them the most expensive motions ever, at over $46,000 between the 3 prior attorneys, Frank J. Bankowitz, Walter E. Hobson, Patricia A. Cashman. Would they have done so when supposedly representing me? The motions would have been priceless for the proper use of the JAC funds toward ethics, professionalism, honesty, and freedom. I honorably utilized my JAC resources and mentorship as a proactive indigent defendant. avidly defending myself against the liars, thieves, and real villains in my criminal case. Who really is the criminal? The GAC can hopefully include their forgiveness for them also. Cassius! Hello! How did debut go? Did everything go well? I hope it went well. We're reading a letter from Sarah Boone to the judge. There's around 240 people on death row in Florida right now. What? Yeah, Sarah Boone ain't one of them, though. It went great. It was mostly people wanting to take or eat my orb, but can I ponder the orb? Can I please? Can I please ponder the orb, Mr. Kieran? I would like to. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can ponder the orb. Yes. No one else gets to but me. I was not part of this trust. I don't trust that emoji. This is gonna take forever to upload to YouTube tonight. We're only a little over halfway done. I did not want to eat his orb. Every time John Penguin joins, can I call him Hi Mommy Guy? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. It did not look delicious, apparently. It does to other people. Okay. Yes, Commander Tycho. That's Boss Tycho to you. Judge Wooten and Kranick, I have great forgiveness for also, in not protecting me and listening to my valid request for judicial intervention so I could properly and fairly defend myself against my charges. Instead, I had to defend myself against the attorneys, all appointed by the judge and court, against their lies and exaggerations, reasons unjustifiable why they were creeping away from the battlefield and abandoning their professional duty as my attorney. Judge Kranick, I forgive you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. She testified in her own defense, by the way. This is bullshit. She totally testified. I believe if the justice system, including yourself, would and should have done any vital homework on the already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin, simply sending an email to care about their present workload, number of clients, trial schedules already in place before throwing another inmate defendant unknowing client on the heaping, unimportant pile of warm bodies, more taxpayer dollars could be conserved and less time consumed and wasted for everyone, regardless of what part they play in the supposed system of justice. My forgiveness is deepened for taking even greater time of mine away, years, by not caring to ask me anything about anything to understand, so you could justly render your life-defining judgments and withhold any more bias and prejudice. This is all underlined. This is all underlined for emphasis. Oh, thank you so much for the neon frog! Oh, thank you so much, Cassius! And I can't talk. And congratulations on your debut! Wait, why are we talking about my kitchen? My kitchen is fine! What are you talking about? It's the streaming room that's a mess. We will clean it for you, boss. How about you watch me? I don't need to clean my kitchen. My kitchen is perfectly fine. Where did you get the idea that my kitchen is messy? I swear, you guys are ridiculous. Also, I'm hungry, so I need to message my brother. Will you bring me my poke from the microwave, please? I'm hungry. Yes, eat up. Foremost Judge Kranick, I forgive you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of my constitutional amendments, most profoundly my sixth right to counsel, as the result of my wholehearted case of my first right to freedom speech, not freedom of speech, freedom speech, and being my own advocate since no one else would be, and received a paycheck for. In all of my free speech, experience-driven letters only for remedy in any collaboration, inclusion, receiving my discovery as an inmate, defendant and client, not removal of any attorneys to cause more delays, or any reason or excuse you may try to force on me, and have already inappropriately accused me of doing prior with your heavily insinuated strategies of mine. He basically said that she was playing games. Okay, what if you clean my kitchen? I'm not gonna clean your kitchen. Wait, why are we talking about cannibalism? Oh, Pokeball. Yes, yes, cannibalism. JJ, hello, welcome in. And no, I will not clean your kitchen for money. I'm not a maid. I'm an idol. We're different. I'm an idol office lady. Heavily insinuated strategies of mine to try and defeat the glaring red flags, disappointments, and true crime in and of the justice system. Aw, he's in bed. Never mind. It's fine. Can you sing in my kitchen while I clean it? Sure. I can do that. I can do that. I just wish my kitchen would do me a solid and clean itself. Oh, wouldn't that be the life? Wouldn't that be the fucking life? Alright. To this day and forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them, ever, especially my right to be held, outspoken, my right to be bold, outspoken, and right in my real-life experiences with the legal and justice systems. You weren't there, Judge Kranick, in anything, no meetings, phone calls, visits, and still took my rights and oppressed harder. I must now defend myself against you, praying you do not care too late as all the others, and retaliate further against me as a still proud citizen of the United States of America, and freely, excitedly using my God-given rights to still try and defend myself, to stand all the way up for you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody body parts, bumps, bruises, and all the rest of the beatings I endured. I hope you can finally see and understand just some of the pain from the extreme difficulties, obstacles, and unfairness, especially in my due process, you have added in my criminal case, and life as a whole. And life as an inmate, defendant, and client, all is forgiven. All is forgiven. For Detectives Kopspel and Lowen, I forgive their demonization, lies, blacklisting, coercion, law-breaking, solicitation of my case before I even arrived at the corrections department to be booked and fingerprinted. This can be seen in my unbeknownst interrogation video, where I ask what they are doing, what all the pinging was during their texting swarm, while I naively sat there waiting to be arrested, which they know would happen the day before, for bald-faced lying on the stand to the judge in court on record. She didn't tell me to come to the station to pick up my phone. Why else would I go? I didn't even know about the surprise interrogation. Shining Chipmunk, hello! Welcome in, welcome in! We're reading Sarah Boone's letter. It's a very long letter. My throat is starting to hurt. I forgive them for also lying how the news showed up to record my walk of shame, handcuffed and confused on camera. I forgive them for trying to make me lose from the beginning by starting the unquenchable wildfire of sensationalism and distorted, ignorant hate, defamation, and greed by unlawfully broadcasting who they wanted the world to think I was by their schemes, learned lessons, and fraudulent stratagems from the school of manipulation and taking advantage. How much did they make off of me and still are for calling it in, then removing the curtain to expose their personally twisted, murdering monster? This lady could make bank on her commissary account as an author. Lady wrote a goddamn novel here. She did. She really did. Also, my forgiveness and greater gold comes from the unending What did she write? From... Oh, God, I can't read that. Nothing viable in my defense was taken from my townhouse, aka the crime scene, to aid in my truth, such as the butcher knife, 5-prong garden claw, or hammer under the table, together outside where Jorge had easy access for use if I tried to leave or call for help, while being held against my will during his rageful binges. Or my bloody pillowcase stained from being backhanded because I hid the magnum-sized bottle of vodka from him? Why is magnum in quotes? It's just a magnum-sized bottle. Why weren't any crime scene photos taken of the holes patched in the walls and doors, some doors missing knobs, and all locks Jorge removed, cracked windows, broken furniture, obvious unnatural destruction in my townhome? How and why were these missed, uncared about, or not questioned so I could explain explain some of my terror? It makes no difference. All is forgiven. Prosecutors Mr. J and Mr. Cassatone, my forgiveness also extended for your inappropriate attributive motives for having to go through years of my pictures, videos, texts to erroneously piece together your deceitful, damning reason of what really happened and who I am. After so much availability and for so long, you were finally able to make the circle fit into the square? Mr. J?
Mr.
J? Oh, Mr. J. Is she Harley Quinn now? I don't want to be rude, but it's 11 now. It's been nearly 4 hours. How are you still here, storyteller? Also, it's been 4.5 hours. This is nothing. This is nothing. You know not of my strength. Grind set. Look, I have to be in the con book. I have to be in the con book. Also, I never get to talk about legal shit, and this is so much fun. This is so much fun for me. Isn't it only 2 hours per day counted? It is, but your placement depends. Like, if you make 30 hours, your placement in the book apparently depends on how many hours over 30 you streamed total. So, I'm gonna get even if I'm completely wrong about this, I'm just gonna stream for as long as I can. But also, I have surgery in the morning, and I don't want to go to bed, because that means the surgery will come quicker. Stop being horny, that's my job. Hope it goes well and smoothly. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. It's just a minor thing. I'll be in and out in no time, and it should only take me like a day to recover. But still, it's surgery, so, like, I have to go under anesthesia, and I'm still, like, apprehensive about it. So, I'm kind of putting it off. But I am keeping an eye on the clock, because I can't eat after midnight, and it's 11:30. Are you having a goon-off in my chat? Guys. I forgive your antics, theatricals, ludicrous comments to make sure the world got their money's worth while watching with ignorant pitchforks and burning torches, hoping for the best from you, which is my worst. Instead of dropping the nuke, Mr. J, you dropped the bat. Like, I don't even know what she's saying anymore. I wouldn't recommend eating at 11:59. Anesthesia, yay, legal drugs to make you trip absolute balls. Too bad I won't get to experience it because I'll be under anesthesia. You joke, but the last time I had anesthesia, I felt it for days. When I had a major surgery 2 years ago, I also felt it for days. But I've had minor surgeries before, and I was back on my feet in a few hours. So I'm hoping it'll be the latter and not the former. Like, I'm planning to go back to work on Friday, even though my coworkers are like, bitch, you're not coming back to work. And I'm like, I don't have the sick time to take off. And they're like, ma'am, if you show up to work, we'll put you back in your car. Praying for you, Minita. Oh, arigatou gozaimasu. Let's see. For the yelling, finger pointing, and intense I don't get that word. To force your theoreticals and fantasies on the jury by using imaginary space adventures and fictional characters to blind and bedazzle them with your far, far away from the truth dramatization. In all of your pieced-together productions, I forgive you most for never seeing the light in people, their human goodness, humor, and big hearts. I thought that said big breast. I almost read that as big breast. I had eye surgery and it hurt so badly I couldn't even look around for 2 days. The lady could be a friggin' politician with all the deflection. I know, right? She's Neo from The Matrix. Base joke. Absolutely base joke. Anyway, that does not say big breasts. That says big hearts. You wake up to seek out the opposite, to condemn, to take lives in your own way. See, the good that does exist in all of us, inherently and unforced, even as the proud Mr. J stated, the kicked dog that bites. Mr. J, who kicked the dog in the first place. In my wisdom, it's usually the best to leave sleeping dogs lie, then they don't bite. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks, from being blinded from the injustice and malpractice in all of the judicial and procedural errors and very apparent violations of my constitutional rights during my case, an entire trial, which caused mass confusion and dysfunction. I forgive the jury, truly, for being weary from this confusion and dysfunction, also from being hungry and tired and wanting to go home to their families after being away from in full capacity for 2 full weeks. I understand. From this and their brash, misguided, corrupted decision, I was wrongfully judged a murderer instead of a survivor. For this, all is forgiven. For this, I can still survive and stand tall, having an even greater, the greatest opportunity. I'm really, really great. To finally be understood in the Supreme Court for my appeal. I didn't lose. God just wanted me to win in a different way. Freedom and forgiveness. She drew a heart. She drew a heart. Freedom is forgiveness, heart, doki doki. Deflects cutely, ooh woo. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder and outspoken, stronger mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Oh, Sarah Boone. Oh, you are the gift that keeps on giving, ma'am. For being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen, no excuse. Spiritually, as if she ever picked up a Bible. She can have a heart, all right. The heart being hers. Bitch, they have video of you killing this dude. I'm not a nice streamer. There are other legal tubers. I get to call myself a law tuber now because I've done a law tube stream. I get to call myself a law tuber now. I'm making that determination. But there are other streamers who are like, no name calling, like, no being cruel in chat, like, keep everything, like, don't call names, don't insult people and everything. But you know what? Fuck Sarah Boone. Just fuck Sarah Boone. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home and car. Oh, of course you had to include the car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better. To avoid the outcome, I think about this everyday since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time, I know if not, the great possibility I would be ending up as Jorge threatened me with so many times before? That sentence is a little wonky. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster. God, fucking damn woman. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. Jorge made me then, now and always love him. For all of his cracks also, we made each other our own brilliant pieces of art. From the cracks and repairs, unfortunately not all cracks can be. In all my forgiveness, Jorge was my greatest lesson, and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I don't think he wants to talk to you. I really don't. I don't think he wants to talk to you, ma'am. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am endlessly and that I never stopped loving him in all of it, and still, you're not getting there. Saint Peter ain't gonna be calling your name. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters apologizing and asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him. Seeing my stab wound every day especially. It truly reminds me all I really did live through. Jorge haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. What am I reading? I hope everyone can. His family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never. Forgive me, Jorge. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Kranick. To the entire planet, forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Sorry I slowly suffocated you and instilled fear in your final moments. Do you forgive me? Sorry I murdered your son, brother, and father. Do you forgive me? Allow me please to brush off the muck, wipe the blood from my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long. For second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors. We don't want your help. To help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and inside. To help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and mistreatment before it's too late. There is always hope. You can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this. Would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year if I were who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did. I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, and plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17. All-encompassing, protect the abused. Sarah Boone, 12:224. Okay. We've had our laughs. I got something to say. And I hope I can be articulate about it. Oh, come on. Where's OBS? There's OBS. Oh, I moved OBS over here. That's why I couldn't find it. Alright, come back, OBS. Okay, I got something to hacking say! Of course she quotes the Bible. Of course she does. They all do. But I have something to say. Again, this is not legal advice. I am not here to tell you how to crime better. I cannot give you legal advice. Please do not ask me for legal advice. I am not an attorney. I have not passed the bar, and I am not licensed to practice law in any state or country. Disclaimer out of the way. I need a sip of water. I love this new Starbucks tumbler that I got. It's so heckin' big. Anyway. There are so many nuances in cases like this. There is so much that can be said about cyclical abuse, domestic violence towards men and women, and reciprocal abuse. However, that is not this case. While it might be true that Sarah Boone did suffer greatly at the hands of her victim, it was not in any way a justification to commit murder. Remember, she took this to trial. She was the one who decided to give up a plea deal to 15 years in prison to take this to trial and get sentenced to life for murder 2. To co-opt the stories of people who have been the victims of domestic abuse. And not just that, but to leave out the men who suffer from domestic abuse to every day. It just rings so hollow. And there are cases of battered survivor syndrome. There are cases where the only way you can get out is to defend yourself, and sometimes that leads to horrible consequences. That's why we have things like self-defense. Oh God, I'm getting preachy, I'm sorry. But it does not excuse, like, there's so much to be said about why people stay. There's so much to be said about how hard it is to leave an abusive relationship. And there's so much to be said about the support that people need when they do get out that makes it difficult for them. Whether it's housing or financial dependence or worry about children or pets, it's so hard. But we have the video. We know what she did. We know what she said. And I am someone who believes that when you are under the influence and you lack those inhibitions, that's when your more true self comes out. Whether that is, like, completely naive of me to think or not. But anyway, all that to say, I forgot where I was going with this. But, like I said, to co-opt the stories of those people who are survivors, and then to erase men who are survivors of domestic violence, because we have evidence. There was evidence presented at trial that not only did she kill him, but that it was an abusive relationship with her as an abuser. Like, I don't know, guys. But it's just all the victim blaming and all the I forgive you, it just rubs me so raw. What are we talking about? Sarah Boone. We're talking about Sarah Boone. But the judge went so far and above to be accommodating to her. He gave her an endless string of attorneys. He allowed her to present a self-defense claim in trial because she said that Jorge reached his hand up and like made a gun fingers at her from inside the suitcase. He let her present a theory of self-defense, which he didn't have to do. The bar is kind of high for that, actually. And he let her do it because it would be appealable. The BF in the suitcase girl? Yes, the BF in the suitcase girl. But anyway, all that to say, using this opportunity when you're supposed to be remorseful, and don't get me wrong, I understand, you're maintaining your innocence, you don't want to say anything that might jeopardize your appeal, you have to be under oath when you're sworn to give your right of allocution. Well, you don't have to be. We know that freaking Donna Adelson didn't have to be sworn to give her right of allocution. Oh, we should do the Adelsons next. Oh, we're gonna do the Adelsons next. Oh my god, Florida is the gift that keeps on giving. But anyway, all that to say, there are so many horror stories out there. There are so many people who don't survive and who can't leave domestic abuse situations. But to twist that narrative, to lay all the blame at the feet of someone that you suffocated in a suitcase, I can't jive with it, man. I can't jive with it. I like how I talk all professional 1 second and I'm like, ayy. Can you tell it's midnight? What do I think of the Ruby Frankie case? Fuck Ruby Frankie. This is just a night of fuck horrible mothers. For those who don't know, Ruby Frankie was a mom out in Utah. Oh god, Utah is also a gift that keeps on giving. But she was a mother in Utah who was a religious fanatic associated with the Connections Christian program, life coaching, whatever you want to call it, cult. And she took her youngest children, moved them away from their family, and thought they were possessed by demons because Jody Hildebrand convinced her that they were. And, I mean, at least that's what she say. Take it with a grain of salt. But she starved and tortured her children until the son got the ability and courage to ask for help from a neighbor, to run away miles to get to the neighbor's home. Sadly, in Utah, I believe it. I know, right? But yeah, that's the Ruby Frankie case. We can go more, and maybe I should just do like a weekly thing where it's like, oh, we'll have one day where we talk about court cases. But yes, if you guys want to know more about the Ruby Frankie case, I can do some deep diving on it. But she was also sentenced to prison. She took a plea. Jody Hildebrand also took a plea. Man, they have Jody Hildebrand's jail calls, and I wish I could get my hands on them, man. I wish someone would FOIA them so I could hear them. She was crazy? Yes! But, you know, that was Ruby Frankie. My brother is reminding me to stretch. I'm almost done. I swear I'm almost done. But anyway, I believe, like I said, I've worked in the legal field for a very long time. Probably a third of my life has been spent in the legal field in some capacity or another. Pretty much I've held every position that does not include passing the bar. Like I said, I'm not an attorney. I have not passed the bar. I am not licensed to practice law, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of the reason I believe in the openness of the courts and judicial reform is because I believe the legal system should be accessible to everyone. I believe that it shouldn't be exclusive to those who have money or those who have power or those who have a way to get out of jail. I believe that even though it's flawed, it's a system that we have and we need to make work and to help be better. And so that's why I like streams like this and why I look up to people like Emily D. Baker so much, because she makes court accessible. She explains it to people who might not understand the processes and the nuances of what people go through every day in the judicial system. And like, it's very important to me to keep courts accessible and to keep the justice system accessible. It's why I get so angry when court cases take years and years and years to complete. Not just because it takes so long for a defendant to go to trial, which is absolutely their right to have a fair trial, but also because of the other people suffering, the victims' families, you know, the victims themselves. And it's just something that's very important to me. Access to the judicial system. And I have a lot of gripes with it, especially working behind the scenes and infrastructure of the judicial system. Especially working behind the scenes for as long as I have a lot of gripes. I have a lot of thoughts. But mainly, I want people to be able to be informed and to understand. And I feel very strongly about that. English woman speak English. No, I'm gonna speak fish. I'm gonna speak fish. But yeah. All that to say, thank you so much for indulging me today in this. Thank you so much for letting me talk and explain the law to you for 5 hours. Thank you for listening to me talk about Kouri Richins and the different processes in the sentencing phase of a trial and what that means and what are the different things that the judges have to look at and the attorneys have to look at. Thank you for listening to me talk about Sarah Boone and what the right of allocution is. And even if I don't agree with anything that she said, and it rubs me the wrong way and makes me sick to my stomach the way she talks about people. Oh, thank you so much, Senpai. It's so nice to see you too. I'll definitely have to catch your stream sometime. I'm always at work. I feel so bad because I miss other Bondi streams. Thank you for doing this. It was a nice change of pace. Oh, thank you so much for indulging me. I got the idea on a whim after we talked about the Alex Murdaugh case today at lunch. So, because a new ruling in the Alex Murdaugh case came down from the Supreme Court of South Carolina. Why did the AMD auto updater pop up? Stop that. Go away. I'll have to talk about that more in depth too once I actually read the decision from the court on that. But maybe, like I said, we can make this a weekly thing and I can preach to you for however many hours about the court system. But yeah, this is really my passion. This is what I love doing. This is what I love talking about. I'm the strange weirdo who watches court cases for fun. But yes, thank you again. I know I keep saying thank you, but I really do mean it. But it's midnight. I have surgery in the morning, so I do need to go ahead and get off. Not that kind of get off, Dante. I need to get offline. See, I caught you. Alright, good night, everyone. Good night, Senpai. Good night, Progs. Good night, Dante. Good night, Storyteller. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you, Dimilex. Let's see. Who else was in here? I think everyone else is gone. But anyway, if you're here and I missed your name, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for joining. Eat 20 burgers as a prank. I can't eat after midnight, and it's midnight now. So, no. But I will see you all tomorrow, if I'm feeling well enough after surgery. Maybe just like a chill thing, or maybe I'll clean my room. I don't know. But Catch y'all later. I'm done talking for now. My throat very much hurts. Oyasumini. Goodbye. Bye. And end the recording.